Good evening and welcome to the Digital Weather Desk powered by Century Next Bank. I'm Jared Floyd. We have a severe thunderstorm warning out for a storm that continues in portions of Madison Parish, but has at times shown some signs of rotation, and it really has shown signs of that even as it crawled east of Highway 425 east of Winnsboro earlier. And with that, a new tornado warning it's actually our first tornado warning of the evening has been issued for portions of Madison Parish. You'll see that pop up on the screen here shortly. But again, the first tornado warning of the day issued for Madison Parish. This is going to go until, let me click on that part of the screen. Sorry, I'm working two different computers at one time. This tornado warning is going to go until 8:45 tonight. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 8 miles northwest of Somerset, 13 miles southwest of Tallulah, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. There's the tornado warning as it pops up on your screen. App users that are within that area are receiving that tornado warning as well. Again, as this storm moves off to the northeast, Tallulah is in the path, so again, that means that you want to take your proper tornado precautions. Interior portion of your home away from windows and doors. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Take a helmet, grab shoes, and prepare to protect yourself from flying debris. A look at storm winds at this point across portions of Madison Parish as this storm continues to move in well to the northwest of the Westwood community. You can see Highway 65 on the right-hand side of your screen, but for those that don't know what we're looking for, the reds and greens combining together. The reds are winds moving away from the radar site, so moving away from the Jackson radar site. These winds are moving toward the Jackson radar site, at least in some degree. So in this area here, you would have the twisting of the winds that would signify rotation in a possible tornado. We've had tornado watches out for a good chunk of the afternoon. We've had numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. But as of this point, this is the first, severe thunderstorm warnings, but this is the first tornado warning that we've had this evening. Again, it is out for Madison Parish until 8:45. Meanwhile, I do want to take a quick look at the storms to the north, where we are seeing some very heavy rainfall across portions of Ouachita and Morehouse parishes and into southeastern sections of Arkansas. In fact, the rain rates have been quite extensive and pretty rough along the I-20 corridor. So, again, exercise caution if you're in those areas. And then elsewhere, we also have some additional scattered storms back to the west that we will have to watch as a new large cluster of storms has kind of redeveloped back behind where that initial outflow boundary had moved through. So you have some large wind-producing storms moving into northeastern Texas. And so while the tornado threat had ended in southern Arkansas for Columbia County, we never really cleared away the areas across north-central Louisiana. And I'll take a closer look at the watch warning map as it sits right now. So here's a look at how the watch and warning map sits. And again, until 9 o'clock tonight. So we've got another hour on the tornado watch and may need to have one locally extended, just depending on how things pan out. But you can obviously see additional activity across northeastern Texas. So it could be a late night depending on how storms evolved. Nothing has really materialized. I'd say the initial rounds materialized the way we kind of thought they would. But now we've got kind of multiple sections and clusters of storms that we're dealing with currently. To take a better look at the Jackson radar and get back to the tornado warning out over Madison Parish. So here's the area that we're looking at. I'm going to add a few more town names here so we can some of the lower populated communities. This is a relatively rural section of southern Madison Parish, but now you can see the stronger wind signature start to pick back up. This is south of Sharkey Road. If that sounds familiar to you, you want to be in your safe place. And then you can see Highway 65 just on the far right-hand side of your screen. So, again, folks traveling south out of Tallulah, headed toward Tensas Parish, some of the areas in those spots, you want to be in your safe place now. Quick check of what we call the rotation detector. It's really the shear rate. It's looking at the twisting winds. The app is the Digital Weather Desk app. You can search it on the Apple App Store. Just search Digital Weather Desk. You may have to scroll a little bit, but you should find it there. Android users, it's not available yet. Should be available next week. So here's a look at the area where we are seeing kind of the shearing of the winds, the twisting of the winds, and then obviously you can see the reds and greens combining together pretty distinctly. For folks along Highway 65, you want to go ahead and get to your safe place. If you were in Tallulah, you want to enact that tornado plan as well. Get to the interior portion of your home, away from windows and doors. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This is what I'm talking about right here. If you're looking down inside your home, an interior hallway is ideal, but obviously that room in red, that interior bathroom or interior closet or whatever may be available, those are the spots that you want to be in if you are under a tornado warning. Like I said, grab shoes, grab a helmet, charge your mobile devices, and be prepared for the potential for winds to pick up and for the possibility of flying debris. This is a storm that's kind of taken on a little bit more of an aggressive supercellular structure, while meanwhile a lot of the storms earlier in the evening were more kind of clusters of storms as they moved eastward. And so as this progresses off to the north and east, portions of Issaquahna County will have to keep an eye on this, Warren County, and now the purple box means that this tornado has been confirmed. I want to take a quick look at some other information. I would assume we've got, I haven't even checked the correlation coefficient, but yeah, that's what is confirmed, that this tornado is on the ground. So this is a different feature called the debris detector. But it's essentially what we call the correlation coefficient. It's a radar product that measures the consistency of the what's being sent back to the radar. So raindrops are usually typically all kind of the same size, and so, or even hail, most of them are generally going to be kind of in the same size. But when you start getting erratic returns from the radar, the correlation coefficient drops. In many instances, when you coincide that with areas of rotation, you can generally imply or infer that the irregular returns that are being sent back are the radar hitting debris in the air, tree branches and tree debris and things like that, structures in some instances. So that's always the case as well. Folks are saying that power outages are being noticed in Swartz and out toward Ouachita High School. That's not a surprise. When the storms rolled through here in Midtown, they were rocking and rolling. So that isn't a surprise. Most of our area not under severe thunderstorm warnings at this point. As I zoom out just briefly to show you the map, this is really kind of the main focus as this storm continues off to the north and east. I'll switch back to the kind of traditional radar mode just so everybody can kind of get their bearings. And again, to just remind you that this is now a radar-confirmed tornado headed toward the Tallulah and Richmond areas. Will be moving toward I-20 probably in the next 30 minutes or so. In fact, I can kind of tell you that. I want to check and see what the forward speed on this storm is. It's 35 miles per hour. So if you take where our possible tornado is and you move it off to the northeast at 35 miles per hour, or roughly that, the Richmond area at about 8:11, Tallulah at around 8:13. So that would be just after the 8 o'clock hour. Make sure that you are heeding those warnings and get to your safe place. Like I said, you're getting kind of a lot of advance notice, and so I just would prefer that everybody heed the warning. This is again a radar confirmed tornado making its way through northeastern sections or eastern sections of Madison Parish. For those that are not familiar, this is the Digital Weather Desk powered by Century Next Bank, serving northeast Louisiana, southern Arkansas, and western Mississippi. If you're seeing us on YouTube, or if you're catching us on Facebook or on Twitch or on X, which is where the 4 live platforms that we have currently, then this is what we do for our area and provide severe weather coverage when needed, and just try to provide some sense of peace of mind and at least kind of a presence in terms of keeping an eye on these storms as they move toward the Mississippi Valley. We've been updating the storms all day. There have been numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. We've had the tornado watches. Those have been out and about pretty persistently. Amanda, thank you so much for the number. 160 power outages in the Monroe, West Monroe area. And on that note, if power is out in your area, I preach patience. Linemen cannot restore service while lightning is in the area. So if you are out of power, you may just want to be prepared to be without power for at least a period of time until these storms move through, and then hopefully they can get power restored relatively quickly. So again, just be aware that that is a possibility. The circulation associated with this tornado warning, not quite as distinct, but you can still see the radar, the correlation coefficient drop, which would be what we call the debris ball on radar that can be detected at times. So there's still a pretty pronounced signature that there could possibly be a tornado on the ground with this storm. Just going to check real quick and see. Just making sure that I'm checking app users. Some folks may have already received a few different notifications from me. The warning, the alerts that come across, in some instances that say sent by trained personnel, that's me. So if you get a message that's sent from trained personnel on the app, that's me sending you a push alert. So I'm just probably adding on to whatever warning you've already received. So let's go back to the radar reflectivity again. The purple flashing box. This is what a radar confirmed tornado warning will look like. And so you can see in the parentheses, confirmed. There will be at times where you'll see observed. That means that somebody has physically seen with their eyes a tornado on the ground. Obviously, that's not going to happen very often at night. But again, going back to the debris detector, officially known scientifically in the radar world as the correlation coefficient. And I'll go back and zoom back in. Again, the shear rate has kind of dropped a little bit. That last radar scan was not necessarily a really good one in trying to determine possible rotation with this storm. We'll get a new scan here in about 2 minutes. Well, every 2 minutes or so. So we'll get a new one here shortly. This is, again, the Sharkey Road area as it moves toward Highway 65, that gray road. That's Highway 165, and then you can also see Tallulah and Richmond off to the north and east. Take a quick break from the tornado warned storm as it approaches the I-20 corridor and Highway 65. Again, folks in those areas, please be sheltered. I just want to take a quick glance across the rest of the region. Again, a reminder, we still got some heavy rainfall moving through portions of Richland and Morehouse parishes and eastern Ouachita Parish, where we've got a few sporadic power outages. I'll switch radars for just a second and go over into eastern Texas. I know that's not in our area, but you can see a pretty healthy storm redevelopment across eastern Texas and even into southwestern Arkansas, where tornado watches were trimmed away in some locations, but rather rejuvenated thunderstorms in some of those areas. So we'll watch that development as it moves eastward through the rest of the evening hours as well. I don't want folks to think that I'm just forgetting that, but obviously with an observed tornado, or a radar-confirmed tornado on the ground, that gets the most attention. I bounce around a lot from different radar screen to radar screen. When you're joining me live here, you're essentially just kind of joining me while I think out loud. And as we look through, I'm looking through the comments to make sure I didn't miss anything from anybody. Again, charge your cell phone mobile devices and be prepared for the possibility of power outages along I-20, Tallulah to Barnes to Coleman. If you've joined me for the last few days, I've kind of warned folks that Weather coverage on a purely digital platform may be a little bit more mellow than what you're used to. I'm not just going to sit here and talk constantly to you. I have another computer to my left where I can send out those push alerts on the app. It also has an information stream with the National Weather Service, so at times I will take a look at those types of things. I'll go grab a cup of water every now and then, all those types of things as well. So just it is going to be different than the way you are typically used to consuming your weather information. I'll check my cell phone, those types of things. Monroe out of the woods? Storms are quieting down in Monroe, at least for now. But the problem is you've got these additional storms back to the west, and we really don't know what's going to happen with those things. So we're going to have to keep an eye on those as they progress eastward. Winnsboro, same general story as the storms start to move eastward. You've got these storms that are moving out of Washsaw and Richland parishes that you'll eventually have to deal with. And probably the best rule of thumb is if we're on live streams like this, and I'm not talking about your town or your parish or specifically in your area, then you're probably, at least in the short term, okay. We always just tell folks to heed the watches and the warnings. If you're under a warning, take shelter. If you're under a watch, pay attention. I don't like to sit here and tell folks if they're under a watch, you're fine, because that can sometimes come back and bite you. It has before. So we still have an area of shear. I'm going to check we still also have a pretty distinct area of drop-off on the correlation coefficient, too, although it's kind of displaced from where the stronger circulation was earlier. So that sometimes is evidence of a storm that maybe dropped a tornado and maybe no longer is producing one. Is it possible for Rayville to get a tornado? I believe you folks are still under a tornado watch. I'm going to go back to the tornado watch real quick. Yeah. So there's a look at the tornado watch, 9 p.m. That's new. Okay, that's the new tornado watch till 3 a.m. for the eastern half of the area. So you can see the tornado watch for the north central sections of the coverage area, north central Louisiana, far southern Arkansas, so Union County, Union Parish, Washsaw Parish, all those spots, all the way down to LaSalle Parish. Tornado watch is in effect till 9 p.m. It may need to be locally extended by the National Weather Service. And then you move from those areas east, and it is a tornado watch till 3 a.m. Sorry, started moving that map around. And now we go back, and now you're probably wondering, now we've got a purple flashing box and a red flashing box. What the heck's going on? This means that the tornado is no longer radar confirmed. So this red tornado warning replaces the purple tornado warning as kind of the active tornado warning, if you will. The signature that confirmed a tornado on radar is no longer there. So that now means that this is a radar-indicated tornado. Still want to be sheltered. Still want to be in your safe place. So the watches, obviously, we want folks to heed the watch. If, like I said, if you're under one, even though you haven't seen much, just pay attention. Where was the tornado? It was, well, we can go back and show you. And I'll kind of loop it so you can see what I'm talking about here. So there was nothing, and there's also indications that maybe we had a tornado maybe a smidge earlier. But that's the area where you really look at it and go, okay, there was probably a tornado on the ground there. And that was south of Sharkey Road, east of Hunter's Bend Road in Madison Parish. So now we've gone to where we are now, and if there was lofted debris, it's probably been kind of thrown into the air and kind of all over the place now. So still a possibility that this thing could kind of get a resurgence, get some more favorable environment, and kind of redevelop. Yes, Brianna, sorry. I'm an Android person too. The app is not available yet on Android. Should be available next week. Main threat for the second line coming through will be damaging wind gusts. Krista, I agree with you. All right. For folks east of Tallulah and Richmond. Again, the possible tornado is still south of the I-20 corridor. If there was an area of where a possible tornado, I would say it would be kind of in that general vicinity. Again, not overly organized. I'm not necessarily that genuinely convinced that a tornado is occurring right now. I think that a tornado could still form with this storm. That's why the warning, it makes sense to keep the warning. Just going back and forth between a bunch of different stuff. You can see kind of where the reds and greens would combine together and why you would think my general thinking is there. You can see why the shear product is kind of there as well, and why, again, the overall thought process as to why a tornado could be forming there. Also, in all fairness, we're probably seeing some pretty heavy rain, maybe some small hail right along I-20. So if you know somebody that's traveling west or east out of Monroe toward Vicksburg, or west from Vicksburg to Monroe, or just anywhere in between, they probably want, if you're traveling east out of Monroe along I-20 and you can pull off in Tallulah and just wait for this storm to pass, that's probably the better idea. Would not want to mess with this storm as it crawls over the interstate. This is zooming out because sometimes you got to get a bird's eye view of something to make sure that you can get a little blurry. And these screens are big. Still have some very heavy rainfall moving into portions of Richland Parish, and still watching a little thing there. There's just some the heavy rainfall from Rayville northward. There's just a little bit of twisting of the winds there. Again, it's not, I don't think a tornado is imminent, but I wouldn't want to be on the roads in those areas. And there's probably some 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts to be had there as well. Getting reports that lights are out in Rayville. Thank you, Debbie. For folks asking back to the west, and I'll keep kind of revisiting this because I know folks are coming in and out of the stream, and that's fair. So, like I said, I won't just sit here and repeat myself constantly, and there's a severe thunderstorm warning. So I won't sit here and repeat myself constantly, but I will continue to revisit those storms to the west, just for folks that are kind of wondering about them. They are not in our coverage area yet, but that they are still a concern for storms as they move east here shortly. If you're under a tornado watch, again, you're under a tornado watch for a reason. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. Over Rayville, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. So, again, right on cue, we were looking at that storm going, hey, that thing's kind of mean. And sure enough, it's kind of mean. Checking the hail detector, the storm's pretty elevated from the radar vantage point at this juncture. Just checking to make sure that we're not missing anything there. Switch back over to the Madison Parish storm. Again, an active tornado warning still for Madison Parish until 8:45. This is a radar-indicated tornado, no longer a radar-confirmed tornado. Looks like it's south of Highway 80, which kind of intertwines with I-20 up here on the top part of your screen, headed toward the Fortune Fork and Barnes communities right along I-20. That's just southeast of the Tallulah and Richmond areas. Don't want to be overly specific with that, though. And then we zoom back out to the storm over portions of Richland and West Carroll parishes. Again, the warnings will auto-populate on my Facebook and X feed, so if you don't necessarily want to sit here and watch a live stream, you can get those warnings still. In theory, you could follow me if you have X and I know everybody has their favorite social media platform, so I'm not trying to push you to any social media platform. But if you do have that, you could set the notifications on my X page, and then it would just alert you every time. Hey, there's a warning, there's a warning, there's a warning. You can do that with any social media platform, or most of them at least. So those are just options for, especially for folks that can't download the app yet, or if the app isn't supported on your operating system. There's just, again, other options to be able to kind of receive alerts in a timely fashion. And I'll try to get you more stuff. I'll try to get you some more stuff like that along the way, some tutorials and some kind of best practices of how to get information when you want it and those types of things. That may be kind of a bad radar image. What I mean by that is that bright green may not necessarily be something overly urgent or concerning. Sorry, again, I'm going to check a bunch of different stuff at a lot of different times. There will be a lot more silent times on these live streams than what you're typically used to when getting severe weather coverage from me. Again, going to go back through stream real quick to check the comments. I can see, comments on a lot of different platforms. I think I can see them on all platforms. Should be able to. What are we seeing? Yeah, and also, I'll get to hail in just a minute. Storm's not necessarily done for the night in West Monroe. Things are quiet now, but we've got storms out to the west that we're going to have to watch as they move east. Will I be going or staying live when the next band comes through? If it's needed, yes. If it's a bunch of non-severe stuff, then no. Will I be awake and watching it? Yes. I believe our tornado warning just got canceled. Did it? Yes. Yes. So that's the one thing, and they actually canceled the severe thunderstorm warning too. All right, so that's the one thing sometimes. Yes, I can do a recap in just a second. If I'm already live here, I might as well stay live here for a second. What's the app you can download? It's the Digital Weather Desk app. It's available on the Apple App Store. Just search Digital Weather Desk. You may have to scroll down a little bit. I'll get to the second round in just a second. In fact, y'all are going to get stuck looking at me full screen for just a second while I don't even talk to you. But I want to bring something up real quick. Trying to recap everything, and I've got a lot of pokers in the fire right now, so just hang with me. Bunch of people on a stream just watching me click away at computers. Okay, so this is one of our latest computer model runs. And this sets it up at 9 p.m., and you can kind of see where the storms are situated now. It still brings storms through the region in some form or fashion through midnight, 1 a.m. along the Mississippi Valley. Again, is that the best depiction of what we're going to see as we go into the night? Not necessarily, but the main takeaway is that there's still going to be that development back out to the west that we have to watch. And if you are just joining and you have no clue what I'm talking about, bear with me as I switch back over to another screen. And so we had the first wave of storms come through, and now we have these across the ArkLaTex region. And you can see the severe thunderstorm warnings out across northeastern Texas and now moving into northwestern Louisiana. And then additional clusters of storms across Panola County, Texas, and stretching toward Toledo Bend. Let me check some of the details and some of the information on that stuff. But again, those are moving east. You have to ping pong ball size hail with some of those. Again, mainly hail and wind threats. I don't see any of those really tagged as tornado concerns in the short term. But to be honest with you, I've been watching them, but I haven't really been deep diving into the nuts and bolts of those storms. I do have this that I can show you. It's called the Nowcast, and it basically forecasts what those storms are going to do over the next 2 hours. And that's what they are forecast to do over the next 2 hours. So, again, that's something to be taken away from that. I'm just trying to show you information so you're prepared. You know, you can take it and use it how you wish. Man, I tell you, the storms in northeastern Texas have really come up quickly. Yep. I'm going to switch back over here. Ruby, that should be a severe thunderstorm warning that you have for Richland and West Carroll parishes. I'm checking every information stream that I have right now, and none of them say tornado warning. Sorry, that kind of made me stop in my tracks for a second. I was making sure I wasn't missing something. We do have a very large area of strong gusty winds, and in fact, while we're here... So to recap, storms out to the west, moving east. It's been actually some pretty quick pop-ups in intensity across the region. So exercise caution. Is the tornado warning for Madison Parish still active? No. It was canceled early. Yeah, and again, it's... Oh, well... One of the local outlets said it was a tornado. Right now, it's a severe thunderstorm warning. No worries. Again, that's my job, is to dispel it, to make sure that we're all getting the right information. I see no red boxes. There are no tornado warnings in Ouachita Parish. There's a tornado watch in Ouachita Parish. Difference between watch and a warning for those, and we've actually got that. It'll pop up in the top corner of your screen there. But the difference between a watch and a warning: watch means conditions are favorable. Be prepared for it to happen. A warning means that it is imminent or is already happening. So those are the differences there. Any tornado activity around Rayville, the heaviest activity of what we're seeing is actually kind of east of Rayville now. Nothing necessarily tornadic, but some strong gusty winds on the kind of the leading edge. That's where I would expect, if there's going to be 60-mile-an-hour winds, that would probably be the highest likelihood of where you would see them. Also, fair note, and I jump on this soapbox all the time, so just bear with me for a second while I've got you all here. severe thunderstorm warnings like that, as they sweep through, that does not mean a wall of 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts are just going to sweep through the region. That means that there could be occasionally wind gusts that reach 60 miles per hour within the warning area. So that's that. Yeah, I don't have any tornado warnings. I guess anybody can really say what they want. I don't have any tornado warnings for our area. Could have easily just been a mistake. People make mistakes. We're all allowed a little grace. And like I said, the tornado watch, we start talking about tornado watches, tornado warnings, and all that kind of stuff. Yes, the warnings will go off on your phone. If for some reason and again, it's either based on the locations that you type in, or it's based on your current location, and you can activate all the different locations, or you can deactivate them all at different times. But the warning should go off your phone. If for some reason a warning doesn't go off on your phone, and you think that you should have gotten one and you didn't get one, you can send me. I think it's appsupport@digitalweatherdesk.com. Somebody's already sent an email there, and you can just send an email and just go, hey, this is going on, and we can get it taken care of. Not everything's going to be perfect all the time. These storms are mean coming out of... Callie, if you don't mind me asking, where are you located? I think you're in West Monroe. I think the point that you're trying to make is you didn't receive a warning. You didn't receive a warning on your phone because there was no warning. I think I get confused when I'm reading some of these things sometimes. Strong winds east of Archibald. Yeah, that's the area where we're kind of watching some of the heaviest activity set in, really on the far eastern edges of this warning. And I would expect perhaps even the strongest winds to be... Let me scroll back down. In this area right here, where you're starting to see the winds kind of curve out and bow out. We call those, bowing signatures at times. That's where I would expect, and maybe... Let me see. We may have a brief spin up trying to get going here too. There's no active tornado warning for this area, mind you. Again, I want to reiterate that. There is a severe thunderstorm warning out. This is going to move toward the Epps area, and even if it's not a spin up or anything like that, it's still an area where I would expect us to be starting to see some pretty strong wind gusts. So there's the rotation detector. We call it, again, the shear product. If you're looking at that and you're wondering what the heck that means, we can take a quick little lesson. We can use shear rate to identify areas of rotation. And so when you have the little bold areas of green that are almost like a ball, that shows kind of the rotating winds. And then obviously you get stronger wind signatures with a stronger potential for a tornado. So that's what you're looking for with the shear product if you were looking for a tornado. That said, there's also, you can use the shear product to determine areas of strong winds. And that's just going to look more like almost like a snake. This is going to kind of wind its way down, and that's where you have that leading edge of strong twisting winds, maybe even rolling in the atmosphere. So yeah, that's why we use that product at times. So just a little Weather 101. If you follow me along enough and you kind of wonder what in the world is he looking at, yeah, there's still this weird leading edge thing. It really it looks more like a damaging wind area. Again, just checking back with the storms to the west. Okay, so our tornado watch has been locally extended in north central Louisiana until 11 p.m. You may be getting that alert on your phone in north central Louisiana. I'm not sure if that alert will push out or not. Sorry, I'm just looking through. Yeah, Ashley County's under a tornado watch till 3, and we're about to go back to the watches. Can I see if any of the storms in the west have rotation? I haven't really seen any yet. We can go back and look at those in just a minute. Is activity starting to settle down across the region? At least in some parts of the region. So now we're stuck with and I'm going to bring up what we call the mosaic radar, and I'm going to turn the lightning off because it's everywhere. So now we're stuck with kind of this distinct 1-2 punch, if you will, of thunderstorms. We have the first round of thunderstorms that has already moved through southern Arkansas and brought severe weather. Those are continuing to move off to the east. Meanwhile, closer to the front, we have another large area of thunderstorms that have kind of sat back and redeveloped after the atmosphere kind of turned over and then started to recover again. And those are moving east with damaging wind and hail potential as well. So that is why we now have a new tornado watch. I say a new tornado watch, a local extension of the already existing tornado watch until 11 p.m. So the areas that were under the tornado watch till 9, now out till 11. The folks farther eastward, you were already under a tornado watch until 3. You remain under a tornado watch until 3. I want to check and make sure this severe thunderstorm warning, it does include portions of Washington County. Oh, yeah, there it is. So we have a new severe thunderstorm warning, and for those that are not familiar, hit the wrong button. My apologies, folks. For those that may not be familiar, we also cover Washington County, Mississippi, and Issaquena County, and Warren County, and Adams County, and Claiborne County, and Jefferson County. So those 6 counties right along the Mississippi River. So we have a new severe thunderstorm warning out that does include the southeastern sections of Washington County until 9:30. If you are watching this live stream and you're along the I-55 corridor, Greenwood and points farther northward, and you're catching us on YouTube or something like that, and you're going, man, I wish he, would cover our area farther northward. I would recommend Mississippi Live with Matt Lobhan, who Matt's, I believe, in Australia right now, but he's got folks working with him as well. They're a great follow on social media, kind of doing the exact same thing I'm doing, just in northern Mississippi. Saying the winds are starting to pick up in Rayville. Hannah, thank you so much. In Rayville. Thank you so much for giving me that heads up. I hope you're doing well. Bastrop, quiet for now, but we'll have to watch that next round of thunderstorms. And yeah, once the storms move through, it quiets down relatively quickly. But it's the quieting down part that's the hard part. And again, we still have to watch those storms back to the west. So this new severe thunderstorm warning for Washington County is again for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and potentially up to quarter-sized hail. Just making sure I'm not missing anything on my phone. Caldwell Parish, kind of the same story of everything else we're dealing with. You guys are in the clear for right now, but you got that next line back to the west that you're going to have to deal with. And if the rain rates across northeastern Louisiana, from East Carroll Parish back to the southwest, are anything like what we dealt with in Monroe, we got shellacked in Monroe. By the way, we can take a look at some of those rain totals while we're here. Starting to calm down in the Concord area of West Carroll Parish. That's good to hear. Again, it's kind of that leading edge, and even a new little segment that's outside the severe thunderstorm warning. This area that's headed toward Lake Providence, that's probably packing some 40 or 50 mile an hour winds, and I'm telling you, some very heavy rainfall. And we can go over some of the estimated rain totals. And again, these are radar estimated, so take them with a grain of salt. But yeah, 2.5 inches of rain. That's what we talk about when we talk about the storm-driven rainfall. 2.5 inches of rain across portions of Morehouse Parish and near the state line. Check the Mesonet, the Louisiana Mesonet, which is powered by the University of Louisiana Monroe. They power and maintain it. Rain totals. Monroe, that's at ULM, 2.13 inches of rain. Peak wind gusts in our area have generally been in the 30 to 35 mile an hour range. At least that's what we've measured. I'm not saying that somebody hasn't seen more. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning out. This one's going to be for East Carroll and Madison parishes, Issaquena and Warren counties in Mississippi. A good chunk of Issaquena County as well, as this storm continues to move to the east toward the Mississippi River. So I mentioned the damaging wind potential headed toward Lake Providence, and then there's a new severe thunderstorm warning out. Kind of all makes sense when you look at the radar and look at these storms as they move east. There's probably at least some 50 to 55 mile an hour wind gusts, and again, severe thunderstorm criteria is 58 miles an hour or greater, or quarter-sized hail or larger. How much is the rain helping the drought? Not as much as we'd like, probably, and we won't really know until after the fact. By the way, this new severe thunderstorm warning is out till 9:15. Same hazards as before, 60 mile an hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail possible. But the fact that we're getting so much heavy rain in such a short period of time, it just that means a lot of it's just going to run off. It doesn't soak in as efficiently as we would want. These storms are moving northeast at 70 miles per hour. Wow. Yeah, they are. So, if we were to follow this line of the most intense probable winds off to the northeast at 70 miles per hour, these are some of the arrival times. Lake Providence, pretty much now. Obviously, a lot of these are into Mississippi, Rolling Fork, and Yazoo City. Those are actually outside of the coverage area, but for Lake Providence and for you folks, I guess I probably could have positioned this a little bit better, but I would go ahead and get inside. Again, that's the new severe thunderstorm warning out until 9:15. As we take a quick break from the storms along the Mississippi Valley, I know folks are hopping in and wanting to know about the storms to the west. If there's good news that we haven't seen an extension of the severe thunderstorm warnings that were in effect across the ArkLaTex region. And the even better news is you're starting to see outflow boundaries sent out from these storms. They were probably going to work with a limited environment anyway. We've had so much rain and thunderstorm activity that's moved through this region. We were going to be hard-pressed to see any truly reorganized activity. And we still have some pretty vigorous thunderstorms across northwestern Louisiana. So we have to watch all of this, at least here in the short term, for the next couple of hours. Again, the tornado watch that was in effect until 9 has been locally extended until 11 for these areas in northern Louisiana, and it also includes Union County and southern Arkansas. So I would say the tornado threat is low but not zero, hence the reason why the tornado watch was extended. It also appears that we're starting to see this little green line right here that I'm following along. Looks like these storms may also be sending out their own outflow, which could lead to a weakening trend, could disrupt the storms to the south and east. But that's all, again, possibilities. Long story short, pay attention to those storms to the west. If they start to weaken, we'll let you know. The good news is that we haven't had an additional warning yet. But we have these warnings that we're dealing with currently. Sorry, texting Nick Miculus. Sinlaw weather. If you have friends, family, or if you yourself are in my southern parishes and counties, I also urge you to follow Nick. He is a great weather follow and keeps you informed on central Louisiana weather, just like we do here. Trying to surround you with as many digital meteorologists that you can trust as possible. So here's a look at the warnings. I'm going to go ahead and put this into motion for a second as we just kind of watch the radar together for a second. And a lot of folks are starting to kind of drop off. We still have a pretty solid number of folks that are hanging out, so I got nothing else to do. I will say, and again, just while I can talk with the folks that are here, I don't have a lot of set rules as to what will prompt live coverage. Obviously, what prompted this live coverage was the tornado warning for Madison Parish. Would I normally be live for just a few severe thunderstorm warnings like this? Probably for something like this with such a large complex of storms that are moving through, but maybe not always. It's weird because as we start this, I don't want to set certain precedents to where folks expect things that I can't physically deliver. For instance, if we go live for every severe thunderstorm warning, that's not feasible. It's just not. Everybody just hopping in. That's cool. We're just kind of watching storms right now. We've got these ones in the Mississippi Valley. So they're active severe thunderstorm warnings if you've received the alerts in Washington County and then stretching back into Issaquena and Warren counties and then into East Carroll, West Carroll, Madison, Richland parishes. Those are active severe thunderstorm warnings mainly for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. We do have some storms back to the west that we are watching. A few of them are severe, or one of them is severe, one of them is not. Most of them are not. They are continuing to move off to the east as well, and they have prompted what we call a local extension of our already existing tornado watch. So here's a look at the tornado watches as they sit right now. Most of southern Arkansas that was under a tornado watch through a good chunk of the day, most of those watches have dropped. But then Ashley County and Chico County, you folks, and then into western Mississippi into Washington County, you folks are all under tornado watches, but for different areas, it's different times. Ashley, Chico, and Washington County, it's 3 a.m., and then all the points southward also till 3 a.m. Then there's the local extension. The areas that were under a watch until 9 p.m., they've been locally extended now until 11 p.m., basically for all that storm activity that we're seeing off to the west, just in case that stuff decides that it wants to, act up. Then a watch is in place for that stuff as well. So that kind of resets, and I'll go back and reset again here in a little bit. I know, again, let's be honest, folks are hopping in, they're going, hey, is there anything from my area? No? Cool. And they're hopping off the stream. And then the folks that are getting slammed by storms and they don't know what's going on, or they've lost power, or those are the folks that are hanging around. The last thing I also want to do is that I don't want to end a stream and then another tornado warning pop up, and then we're gonna have to start another stream again anyway. So in a lot of instances, like what we're seeing here, if I hop on a live stream and start one for tornado warnings or whatever, then I'm probably more inclined to just kind of hang out with you a little bit more casually until we kind of ensure that threat is gone. In all fairness, if we can get these storms toward the out of the Mississippi Valley and out of our coverage area in the next hour, because they're moving quick to the northeast at 70 miles an hour, then I would probably shut down the live stream after that. And then if those storms to the west were acting up to a point where we needed to start a new one, I'd probably start a new one then. Again, there are not really any rules, and the downside to that is there's not really any rules. But the cool thing about that is there's not really any rules. Folks, I see a lot of y'all posting some very, very kind words, and I don't want you to think I'm overlooking them. I see them. I will go back and read all of them at length a little bit later. But as we launch this digital platform, just know that this even though I am in my own home, everything is very, very new. I am, to be brutally honest with you, not overly comfortable in my surroundings yet. I still look around and go, where did I put this? And where did and so, again, I appreciate your grace and patience, and I also appreciate the grace and patience that I've seen you show folks in the comments section today. Everybody play nice. Everybody, and everybody should be, I know everybody's high anxiety because we have storms that move through, but most folks that are here because they want to be here, not because I'm shoving information in your face. That you're coming here willingly to access the information. So that creates, I think, a better environment for everybody, again, in high stress and high anxiety situations. I call it weather that's desired, not required. Andrew, without programming to interrupt, we could watch you all night. Well, eventually, that would get boring. And we're also, again, when we're talking about precedents, let me pop up the warning information. If we're going to sit here and just chat for a second. I don't want to do a loop that long because it shows the tornado warnings and I don't want people to freak out. And in all fairness, I'm also trying to learn some things in terms of we have the ability to send push alerts through the app. Last one crept up on us in Madison Parish. Has anyone confirmed a tornado? It was radar confirmed, which doesn't always mean that a tornado was on the ground. Usually does, but it doesn't always mean that. Let me scoot up so I can lean back a little bit. But what I would say is we haven't confirmed anything yet. It's dark outside. It very well could have been out in an open field in portions of Madison Parish. So it may not be discovered till daylight. It may not be discovered at all. Sometimes in some instances, weird instances, and I've seen it happen before, especially in the Kisatchie National Forest, is that circulation will move through and we'll go, nobody reported a tornado, and then like a park ranger or somebody will be wandering through the national wildlife area, and they'll come across like several hundred trees down because it's so vast and large, and then we'll go back and go, oh, that must have been from this storm, and this. So that happens every now and then too. But to answer the question in an extremely long way, no, we have not confirmed anything yet. Yeah, the maps are cool to learn from, Callie, but I'm going to be honest with you. There's so much more else that I can show you. But again, if we're going to sit here and chat and I keep going off script, I'm chasing rabbits here. But talking about setting precedents about how we go live, when we go live, and all those types of things. If you note that our live stream schedule, our daily live stream schedule, has not been has not been overly regular. Sometimes it's 7:30 in the morning, sometimes it's 8. You know, if the baby's screaming, I really I'm trying to make this as easy for my family and create a work-life balance as much as possible. But also give you some consistency, something that you can be like, he usually shows up around this time. Oh, there he is. Those types of things. But we talked about how to go live during severe weather. When would we go live? How do you set that precedent? Those are all kinds of slippery slopes that we're still trying to kind of kick the tires and figure out how to do. Additionally, if you've been around and you have the app already, you've gotten a couple of, as I mentioned earlier, alerts that say message from trained personnel. That's me. I'm the trained personnel, and I am the only trained personnel. So if you get that message and it says that, it's from me. And you're probably thinking, Jared, why don't you just change that? Well, I can't. But know that if you get a message like that, I drew out a square on a map and I sent you a message because you're within that area. So if you receive those, again, those come from me. But I also know that a lot of folks have the rain is approaching alerts active. They have the lightning is approaching alerts active. They have their severe weather alerts active. And so I don't want to inundate folks as well with you're sitting there and you've downloaded the app and now rain is approaching. Okay, cool. Swipe, close. Lightning's approaching. Okay, cool. Swipe, close. Tornado watch has been issued. Okay, cool. Swipe, close. Severe thunderstorm warning's been issued. Okay, swipe, close. And then I start telling you, hey, the exact same things that, the tornado or the warning status is just issued. So again, I don't want to overload folks and they go, my goodness, and then they uninstall the app because I'm talking to them too much. So again, it's finding a happy medium with all this stuff. I'm not changing my Facebook name to anything. It costs money to change my Facebook name because I have a blue check mark. Joe asked about LaSalle Parish. Let's go down to LaSalle Parish. Under a tornado watch until 11 p.m. Again, it was locally extended. Let's get out of this radar. Yeah, we still have some active severe thunderstorm warnings, northeastern Louisiana and western Mississippi. So these are the storms that are making their way eastward. Those are the ones we have to watch in LaSalle Parish. Basically, this stuff that's out of Mansfield back through Toledo Bend moving east. Storms to the north have weakened pretty quickly. Can also kind of follow lightning. I might have to get those out. And the lightning count is falling. And that usually is a pretty good indicator of weakening thunderstorms. Oh, the name of the app's the Digital Weather Desk app. Search Digital Weather Desk on the Apple App Store. You may have to scroll down a little bit, but you should find it. The logo that's at the bottom right of the screen, like right below me, that'll pop up. It's not available for Android users. I had some folks asking about the Amazon OS, whatever, the Fire OS or whatever it is. It's not supported there either. Does the second round look like it will be bad? The word bad is kind of tough for me because, again, that's all relative. You know, some folks go through a thunderstorm, a summertime thunderstorm, and they go, oh. Nice, cancel a severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah. Okay, so the westernmost severe thunderstorm warning in Richland and West Carroll parishes has been canceled. Completely lost my train of thought going into that. But yeah, again, back to the west, we're still just kind of watching and waiting with those storms. I would generally think the southern storms would probably be a little bit more organized and could pose more of a severe weather threat. But any threat to the north would probably be pretty isolated. Again, tornado watches are still in effect for a lot of spots till 11 p.m., 3 a.m. farther eastward. Switch back over radar-wise. So you can kind of see where the leading edge of these damaging wind, the damaging wind potential is stretching from central sections of Issaquena County, kind of right along the just west of Highway 165, Highway 61, and then kind of sandwiched right along the Mississippi Valley, all the way back. Let me freeze this for a second. Back to the south and west. Again, this little snaky, little slithery line probably still packing some 55 or 60 mile an hour wind gusts. Oh, yeah, Rhonda, I'm sorry. I like I said, my train of thought is just gone today. You asked about do you think the second round will be bad? I think there's going to be some isolated severe weather potential. I don't think it will be as widespread of severe potential as what we've seen earlier in the day. We've had quite a few severe thunderstorm warnings today. I don't expect them to be as widespread, and we may not see any at all. But if we do see them, I would expect them to be more isolated with that second round as it moves through. Waddell, that's... I would assume you folks are probably starting to see some quieter conditions as these storms move to the east. You probably are just now getting out of the heaviest of the rainfall. But again, we'll keep an eye on those additional storms off to the west. But at this point, I would think that those storms would probably not make it all the way to you. So expect the storms to continue to quiet down in your area. Again, most of the more intense thunderstorm activity is now east of you. Again, I keep drawing circles around the same general area. Check of the shear rate, and again, you can see what I'm talking about, these little segments of the bolder greens, which would indicate some stronger wind gusts, maybe in the realm of 60 miles an hour, maybe even higher than 60 miles per hour in some spots. Elsewhere, as we go back to the northeast, the severe thunderstorm warning that includes portions of Washington County, but then also is into Sharkey and Humphreys counties as well. The severe thunderstorm warning part of that in Washington County's kind of moved out. It's kind of moved out of our coverage area. So now really the only active severe thunderstorm warning that we have out is for portions of Issaquena and Warren counties and East Carroll and Madison parishes. and that goes until 9:15. So we got about another 20 minutes on that. Concord area is quiet except for thunder in the distance. Huge tree down your driveway. Yeah, and with the heaviest rain that came through earlier, we actually had a leaky roof. You want to know who my first call was to? It wasn't a call, it was a text message, but it was to Jimmy with Brown's Roofing. So again, I don't like to when we're in the throes of severe weather, I do not like to sit here and talk about our local business partners, and they know that. But if you need them, that's what they're here for, and that's why they support what we're doing. Is that maybe when you are in a time that you need help or you need assistance from those services, that maybe that name sticks in. And if you have your own trusted name that you go to, great, and that's a positive thing in its own right. But if you are somewhere where you need some kind of service, and you just don't have a name, that's when we ask you, hey, remember our local business partners, and they're here to help you out. United Way of Northeast Louisiana, the 211 initiative. I just saw them on the bottom of the screen. But again, if you have a major storm catastrophe in your household and you just don't know where to turn, that's a good place to start. Because they can get you connected with all kinds of stuff. Just going back through and making sure I have not missed. Yeah, Callie, I will. I do have a screen break transition. I have a couple of different things. Every now and then, when we get into longer form covers, there's going to be a winter weather event, or there's going to be a tropical system somewhere down the line, or we all know the 6 and 7 hour long form severe weather threats. We've all been there before. Those will be the times where I have a couple of different, overlays, whatever, scenes that I can pop up. That's just the radar, and so I can pop this up if I need to. First off, if I want you to see the screen full and you don't need to see me, or for whatever reason, if I need to put that up there and turn my microphone off for a second and run to the restroom or grab something to eat or whatever, we're available for that. And that's the other cool thing about this is being able to tell you folks, like, hey, I got to go run and grab a drink of water or grab a Red Bull or whatever, and I'll be back with you guys in just a second. I'm just making sure I'm not missing anything. Okay, and approaching 9 o'clock. We and again, live coverage will always happen like this. Live coverage will always happen like this, at least for now, on Facebook, X, Twitch, and YouTube. We do have plans down the road of live streaming in the app. So you just pull up the app, and if we were live, it would be there. That's going to take some time. Lots of plans, but only so many hours in the day. And again, for everybody that is so kind in the comments, I appreciate the fact that you folks get and appreciate what we're doing here as well. John, we forgave you for interrupting American Idol years ago. Some folks haven't. Some folks haven't. Okay, we got about 15 more minutes on the active severe thunderstorm warning. The other thing I want to stress is how heavy the rainfall is with a lot of these storms, especially east of Tallulah now. Not even in the severe thunderstorm warning, but along I-20, and then also for folks that are traveling maybe along Highway 61 in western Mississippi. I know that most of that is outside of our coverage area until you get farther southward and it's not raining there. But there's a lot of heavy rainfall, and again, if you get punched pretty quickly. Red Bull, have I tried the pumpkin cream Alani? Those things are horrible. Just checking to make sure we don't have some kind of odd inflow thing happening. Make sure we don't have any kind of brief spin-ups happening within this line segment. See what I'm talking about with the wind potential? And how it's depicted on the shear? Because, I mean, we're really starting to see that. So this is a really good textbook example of a damaging wind signature on radar. This is just moved out of our coverage area, so I wouldn't be surprised if we could check the power outages in just a minute. But that backward C, so that's what it looks like there. You put it into velocities, you can see kind of the bowing of the green there right in the middle. All those winds surging out from the thunderstorm. This is what it looks like in the shear product. It's kind of that bold, solid line of twisting winds. Yeah, folks, don't feel like obligated that you have to hang out with me. Like I said, once these storms wrap up here in about 10 or 15 minutes, we'll probably shut this live stream down. Everybody needs to go get some sleep. Download the app. Have your alerts on if you need to. Most of us, if you're under a watch, you need to have a way of receiving alerts tonight. So the National Weather Service in Shreveport's just issued what we call a special weather statement. Storms to the west, do we have a time frame for their arrival? Like now? It depends on your location. Because they're already moving into Union County. And I know you're going, why do they look like that? It's because we're over on the Jackson radar. So here's what we're talking about. Already got storms moving back in across southern Arkansas. Nothing overly organized. Maybe some 30 to 40 mile an hour wind gusts. The special weather statement is for 40 mile an hour winds and pea-sized hail. I think that's pretty legit. I don't think we could really see anything more than that. And then back out to the southwest, there's still one severe thunderstorm warning for a storm that's kind of outrunning the polygon. That warning's set to go at 9:15 as well. So do I have a time frame for all this? Depending on location. Okay, let's do this. Hang on. East at 55. In the short term, those are some estimated times for all that stuff. El Dorado at around 9:40. Homer at 9:33. Haynesville at 9:22. Again, those are rough estimates. Don't hold me to those numbers, but there's still an outside opportunity for some of these storms to go severe, but I again, considering this huge outflow boundary being sent out from some of these storms, So that's the outflow boundary, as a gust front, whatever you want to call it. But back out to the west, all this stuff, I can't really expect it to amount to much. Now, farther northward, these are a little bit closer to the boundary itself, so they could still, in theory, maybe have some stronger wind gusts associated with them too. And then the gust front itself could even impact some 30 or 40 mile an hour winds. But then there's also the thought process that as put it into motion. Let's only do 30 minutes. Let's make it super fast. So as this huge outflow boundary outruns all these storms, the gusts of wind and that almost like mini front associated with it could eventually catch up to and kind of undercut all of these storms and really disrupt them and keep them from getting organized as well. Happens all the time. Will it happen in this instance? Only time will tell. And it looks like the one severe thunderstorm warning that we did have in that area was canceled early. It was. Now we have a new severe thunderstorm warning downstream. This should not be a surprise. And it includes, well, it's kind of an awkward shaped severe thunderstorm, but these are also awkwardly shaped counties. But new severe thunderstorm warning out until 10:15. This includes portions of Warren and Issaquena counties. Again, it will eventually move out of our coverage area into Humphreys and Sharkey counties as well, and toward Yazoo City and some of those areas. But really, just kind of downstream warnings for what was already issued in our area, the severe thunderstorm warning as it moves eastward. Where do we find the app to download? Again, you can search Digital Weather Desk in your app store. It's only available for Apple right now. It is not available for Android devices. That should be available in the next week. But search Digital Weather Desk. You will see the icon, the logo below me, underneath me right here. You'll see that on the preview screen, and you may have to scroll down a little bit to find it. Hang on a second. Let me see. Bear with me for just a second. That's not what I wanted. While you're here, I'll try to send you the link in the chat. We had a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings in a quick period of time. I'm just seeing all the auto posts that popped up while our live stream's been going on. There's a bunch of them. I'm working on finding you the link. It is... If somebody can beat me to it, they get 10 cool points. I found it. Okay. Now we go over here. We hit reply. We hit paste. And that is a whole lot of gobbledygook. That did not work. Oh, goodness. That was an absolute mess. All right. Let's do it this way. All right, Tammy, it should be there and available for you now. That should not have taken me as long as it did. It's been a long day of firsts, just learning new stuff. Okay. Got that squared away. For those that are just hopping in, we have a few active severe thunderstorm warnings across the region. Most of them immediately along the Mississippi Valley. One until 9:15, so about another 5 minutes or so. And then another one until 10:15. But it really won't last all the way until 10:15 for our area. They're all for the same cluster of storms capable of producing 60-mile-an-hour winds and maybe some quarter-sized hail. Let's check the tornado watches real quick. Again, local extension of the first tornado watch that was out until 9, now till 11. So we got about another 2 hours on that. And then farther eastward, tornado watch out till 3. So really, it's essentially kind of like the Ouachita River is dividing points east and west, or the 165 corridor or whatever. But it's essentially Ashley County, Morehouse Parish, Richland Parish, Franklin Parish, and Catahoula Parish, and everybody east of that, the watch is until 3. Everybody west of that, the watch is until 11. The active warnings that we have, again, until 9:15 and then until 10:15. By the way, I'm going to try to make a better effort of showing this to you from now on when we have hail potential, but these are the preferred ways of sending in hail reports. Pea size, dime, penny size, nickel size, quarter size, ping pong, so on and so forth up from there. So if you ever do have hail, if we have hail in some of these areas and you want to report it, we prefer that you use those methods. Why does that seem so important? Well, a lot of folks, when they get small hail, they want to send the report in, and they say, we have hail. It's marble size. And marbles come in all different sizes. So we prefer to use coins or pea. But then a lot of people also then get really, really nitpicky on what type of pea you're talking about. Is it a lima bean size? And then I'm like, okay, we're getting a little ridiculous here. Again, make sure that you're sheltered and off the roads in these areas. We've been watching these storms progress eastward for the last hour and a half now. Shouldn't be a surprise that these storms are moving through if you're on this live stream. You've been sitting here waiting for these storms to move through. If you are just joining this live stream, again, these are active severe thunderstorm warnings along the Mississippi Valley. If you're new to the Digital Weather Desk, this is the Digital Weather Desk powered by Century Next Bank, serving North Louisiana, Southern Arkansas, and Western Mississippi. We do live severe weather coverage. We provide daily live forecasts. We have an app, the Digital Weather Desk app. It's available on Apple devices. Will be available on Android devices soon. You can search Digital Weather Desk in your app store. Scroll down till you find it. You'll see the logo below me. And away you go. There's what I was talking about with hail reports. Time, location, estimated size. And if you can tell us how long the hail lasted, if you get hail, that's also usually ideal too. Really starting to see a stronger damaging wind signature. This is out of our coverage area, but in this area right here, really, really, really strong potential for some damaging wind gusts. It's mostly out of our area. But again, Issaquena County is a kind of an awkward-shaped county. Still have the severe thunderstorm warning. It stretches into northern Warren County, but it's going to take kind of that southwestern edge of these storms to move through to really bring any damaging wind potential. So the big concern would be this area here as it moves to the north and east. But then also on the flip side of that, we're still watching within this little line the area, the potential for maybe even a brief embedded tornado. It doesn't appear likely right now, but it's still a possibility, and that's also another reason why I'm kind of hesitant to shut down live streams too aggressively quickly, because if we do have a warning that pops up even in far eastern Warren County or far northern Warren County, far eastern Issaquena County, we're going to jump back in and do it anyway. Jeremy said Eudora's getting hit pretty hard. Should be rain-free in Eudora. What we got going on there? Edward asks, what's my gut feeling about the storms out west of Winnsboro? I don't like gut feelings. Gut feelings can be wrong. But I would think that the odds are fairly limited. Oh, I'm sorry, Jeremy. I would think that the odds would be fairly limited that we could see any kind of robust re-strengthening of these storms. They're moving into an area that's seen quite a bit of rainfall. The atmosphere's overturned quite a bit. There's not a lot of storm energy for these things to feed off of. We're going deeper and deeper into the night, so if there was storm energy, we're losing it pretty much just consistently at any point. So, again, I think the general thought process is that these storms will continue east and probably on a slow weakening trend. But, again, if you're under a watch, you still need to have a way of receiving alerts. I've been doing this for a long enough time to know that weather can do some really, really weird stuff, and I don't like to speak in absolutes. I don't like telling folks, oh, well, these are weakening, and so they're just going to continue. That in these types of environments, especially in this part of the country, those are some bold statements to make. A lot of you folks are also learning that when you ask me a question, I will go a long roundabout way to answer a lot of them. Okay, starting to see, again, an area, maybe even some larger hail east of Highway, or just west of Highway 61, excuse me. Moving out of the Eagle Bend area and headed toward the Hardy and Valley Park and areas along Highway 61. There may be even some quarter-size or larger hail with these storms as they move on the outer fringes of our coverage area. And this is far southeastern Issaquena County and far northern Warren County. Go back to the west. That's what those look like. You can also just switch radars like this. I guess I could have been doing that the entire time. So, for what it's worth, the severe thunderstorm warning out over Warren and Issaquah counties, it moves into Yazoo and Humphreys and Sharkey counties as well. The National Weather Service in Jackson has added the tornado tag to it. For those that don't know what that means, when severe thunderstorm warnings are issued, they're issued with what hazards the warning is issued for, whether it's hail, whether it's wind, whether it's both. And it will tell you generally what types of wind gusts you should expect. Sometimes it's 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, sometimes it's 70, sometimes it's 80, sometimes it's more than that. Most of the time, you're going to see a severe thunderstorm warning, and it's going to say 60, 70, and in some extreme, 60 or 70, and in some extreme cases, 80 miles an hour. I don't think I've ever seen a severe thunderstorm warning in this area higher than that. And then it'll say quarter-size hail or ping-pong ball-size hail or nickel-size hail or whatever. But every now and then, if a storm is capable of producing a tornado, or not capable, but has shown signs of rotation and may need to be upgraded to a tornado warning, and it's being monitored for possible rotation, then the National Weather Service will add tornado ... possible. And it's just, we call it the tornado tag, and that's what it's referred to in the weather community. And it basically means we're watching this thing, and it may produce a tornado, and it's kind of like a heads up. It's just kind of to draw attention to the fact that this storm does have and has at times shown signs of rotation. And again, that's not secret information to a meteorologist. If you were to pull up the Digital Weather Desk app right now and go, hey, I want to look at it, the same status message would apply. It's always at the bottom. I'm learning. I keep forgetting to leave the radar in a loop. When I go quiet like this and I'm sitting here watching something, I should just leave the radar loop so you can at least see the radar moving. You're sitting there staring at a stagnant radar screen, and I also got to learn how to take the lightning down. Because that's a lot of lightning, and it sometimes just kind of clouds up the radar screen for no reason. We look at it every now and then because, again, it's a good indicator of a strengthening storm. Like sometimes you'll see a really small supercell in the middle of the springtime, and you're like, it doesn't look like much. But all of a sudden you see a big burst of lightning, and you're like, okay, that thing's strengthening. Or you're watching a big complex of storms, and it used to have a ton of lightning with it, and then all of a sudden you watch the lightning count just drop and drop and drop and drop and drop. And that usually is a sign of a weakening storm. Let's take a look back to the west. And that's how those storms look. Still getting some gusty wind potential from the storms as they're moving through Columbia County and Claiborne Parish right along the state line. Nothing necessarily that I would even consider severe, but maybe some 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts. This is the one I'm talking about. This area right here. You could still probably get some 40-mile-an-hour. Nothing severe, at least not right now. And we have some other isolated stuff across Union County. So if you're hearing the rumbles of thunder in the distance, I'm going to turn the lightning back on for a few seconds. But if you're hearing the thunder in the distance, you can't hear lightning in the distance, then that's that. So let's go back over to our storms. That's not the right radar, so we'll switch over. And we've got a little bit of kind of back building of activity to the south and west. What I mean by that is those storms are starting to kind of see some additional development. It's nothing overly concerning, but still seeing some pretty heavy rainfall in these areas here. Oh, Jeremy, you missed that part. So 1 hour shear is we talked about shear, right? This is kind of what the products look like over the last hour. So if you kind of want to follow the path of a storm, especially like a supercell or like a squall line event, you can pull up the shear over the last hour, and it kind of shows you the track of that. And you can also do that with hail. We haven't really had a lot of significant hail signatures, but that's what that does. So if you had a long track supercell or something, and I really wanted to show where it's gone. Some of my family just came through Vicksburg, headed to West Monroe, had to take several detours. Another friend, hey, thanks for this heads up. Another friend of mine knows people who have been stuck on I-20 for 4 hours. Anybody know what's going on? I do not know what's going on, but we can start trying to find out. For those, for when you were asking a question, we had a tornado warning move through portions of, again, I don't know what specific part of I-20 you're talking about, but we had a tornado warning move through that area earlier, along with some pretty heavy thunderstorms currently. Yeah, see a crash on I-20 near Ravel. That's got traffic kind of hung up. Looks like traffic is moving okay through Tallulah. And again, this is very crudely looking at things. So I don't want to speculate on that. But in between Jackson and Vicksburg. Oh, yeah, I do not... I'm not aware of... Oh, I see what you're talking about. Well, it looks like you've got a combination of multiple car accidents and construction. I don't want to spend too much time on that, but it looks like it's a combination of a comedy of errors, or a comedy of just a bunch of stuff. Still watching this thing. I don't like the way that looks. At least bringing some heavy rain east of 65, kind of sandwiched between 65 and 61 there along the Mississippi River. All out there. There's a tornado warning. This does not include our area. This is for sorry, I was just reading something in the comments section. This is not in our area. But a tornado warning now out for Holmes, Yazoo, and Atala counties in Mississippi. Specifically short-term Yazoo County. Right toward the Yazoo City area. Oh, man. If you're familiar with Yazoo City, it was hit by a tornado back in 2005? No, not that long ago. 2010? 2009, 2010? I believe it killed 10 people. So if you have friends or family in Yazoo City or upstream, or downstream, excuse me, moving toward Pickens and along I-55, that is a large area that's under a tornado warning currently. Chris on YouTube asks, is there an app that will get you all the radar and wind views that you show? Our app will show you, NextRad radar. Just the radar that you're seeing right now, you can get that from our app. If you are looking for if you want to deep dive into the correlation coefficient and storm relative velocities and all that type of stuff, I use Radar Scope. It costs money. It's not overly expensive. I think I pay like $10 a year or something like that. And there's another one that's like $100 a year or something, whatever. And it's a good one for radar nerds if you really want to kind of get into the nitty gritty. But for most folks that are just wanting to know, is there a tornado warning headed to my area? Is it raining tomorrow? What's the radar saying right now? Obviously, I'm going to push them toward our app. But I'm also going to answer the question honestly, too. Our app is not designed for the super weather nerd. It's designed for just folks that need to know the weather. And that's the whole point of it. Again, back out to the west, looking at those storms. Not overly concerned with them as they continue off to the east. My nephew Cooper just asked, will we ever be able to watch you on the app? We're working on that, dude. It's going to take some time, but yes, we do have plans to integrate live streaming video into the app. So you could just pull up the app, watch. If I'm live, it would pop up there. And then if I wasn't, it wouldn't. But that's going to take some time. Again, we've got a lot of plans in the works, but there's only so many hours in the day, and you got to prioritize those. And then in many instances, you're having to work on the schedule of others. So that's also pretty important too. Getting ready to wrap up this stream. Nah, let's just hang out. But I am going to... Is it raining again? Yes, we are getting another isolated storm in Midtown Monroe, which is not good for a guy who's all of a sudden got a leaky roof. And who's never had those problems before. All right, going to take a quick break to go refill the water jug. I'm going to pop you guys up on a full radar screen if anybody hops in and goes, where did he go? What the heck's going on? You can feel free to tell them where I've gone. I should be back in a few minutes. But again, you're watching the Digital Weather Desk, powered by Century Next Bank. Okay, this is the Digital Weather Desk powered by Century Next Bank. I'm Jared Floyd, and our Yazoo City tornado is now a confirmed tornado, radar confirmed tornado, um, right over Yazoo City. So if you have friends or family there, you definitely want to give them a call and let them know what's going on. There is what we talked about earlier with the correlation coefficient, the debris detector. That's where the possible tornado would be. So that's obviously a kind of a handy tool when you're looking at these types of storms. Again, this is out of our coverage area, but it is close enough that I just wanted to draw attention to it briefly. And we still have the severe thunderstorm warning moving through northern sections of Warren County and southeastern sections of Issaquena County. Is the bad over? It just depends on your area, because we do have some additional storms back out to the west. They look a lot more menacing than they actually are. Let me switch over to the Shreveport radar. And you can see that storms continue across portions of Union County and Union Parish, and then also back through portions of Claiborne Parish and toward the state line. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning that's just been issued for Panola County, Texas, and DeSoto Parish and Shelby County, Texas, for a storm that's capable of producing maybe some large hail. And we still have some storms festering out over Bienville and Red River and Natchitoches parishes and some of these surrounding areas in DeSoto Parish that are going to move east. And so for Jackson and Wynn Parish, a tornado watch still is in effect. And so we'll go back to that. And for folks, and I say that because I know a lot of folks are hopping in and out of the stream. They hop in, they're looking what's going on in our area, and they're hopping back out. So the north central portions of Louisiana and Union County in Arkansas are under a tornado watch till 11 p.m. tonight. So again, from Union County, Union Parish, Ouachita Parish, Caldwell Parish, LaSalle Parish, westward, tornado watch goes till 11. The point from those points east of those points, Ashley County, Morehouse Parish, all those areas eastward, that tornado watch goes until 3 a.m. And so we've got at least a little bit longer of storm watch. And for some areas, again, if you want to head off to bed, have ways of receiving severe weather alerts. NOAA Weather Radio is a great tool. You can download the Digital Weather Desk app. It's available for Apple users. It will be available for Android users soon. I know Android users. I'm an Android user. I've already been ridiculed in the comments section earlier regarding that. Again, if you have friends and family in Yazoo City and eastward, again, I mentioned that it's outside of our coverage area, but I just want folks that may have friends or family in that area to make sure that they are sheltered. And this storm will also move toward the I-55 corridor in Mississippi. So, again, fully acknowledging that's not in our area, but I just want folks to be sheltered and informed. And on that note, I mentioned it earlier, but if you've got family in North Mississippi, search Mississippi Live. Those are great guys to follow, great folks to follow. They have a pretty awesome organization and setup in northern Mississippi. And then if you have friends and family in central Louisiana, we've got Senlaw Weather with Nick Mikulas. He's down there as well. So I'm just trying to give you guys some follows. We've got folks with the National Weather Network that are developing and kind of doing this whole thing across the country. So no matter where you go, I can set you up, hopefully, somewhere down the line, I can set you up with a local experienced meteorologist that knows that area, that knows the weather patterns for that region, that knows what's typical, what's not typical, and can bring you kind of a no-nonsense approach. Got Gulf Coast Weather Solutions, got all kinds of folks along the Gulf coastline that are getting up and running, and more on the way eventually. So, cool time to be following these types of platforms as we try to establish something that I think folks could really appreciate and use across the country. And just east of the Eagle Bend, these areas have already gotten hit pretty hard with some rainfall. Speaking of, while we're here, these are estimated rain totals, radar estimated. But again, a lot of these areas are in the last 3 hours approaching 2 inches of rain, and it's still raining. And some of those rain rates are pretty extreme. On that note, here's a look at some of those rain rates I was just talking about. Obviously, these storms are moving, so you're not going to just get 5 inches of rain. But 5.4 inches of rain an hour, if it rains like that for 15 minutes, do the math. I'm not going to do it. You can do it. But that's what those rain rates mean. Jeremy can't get through. Yeah, I would assume cell communication may be spotty. Let's take a look. Power outage-wise, I got too much stuff on the screen. Yeah, the power outages really aren't populating in that area yet, but while we have them, let's take a look at the rest of our region. Not really seeing a lot of outages in our area, but these, again, will not populate. You know, they're not real-time. They have to populate and then get sent out. About 400 outages in Madison Parish. These are customers. These are the percentages. Again, there are a handful out here and there. Most of our outages appear to be sporadic, with the most concentrated ones in Madison Parish. And while we're here, let's put the warnings back up. Let's loop the radar again. Let's go see if we can figure out where those outages are. Got a lot of outages, sporadic outages right along the Mississippi River. For what it's worth, there is an outage affecting 14 customers. Just south of the Sharkey Road area, which is where that tornadic circulation was earlier. Again, I don't want to get into too much. I don't want to speculate. I don't like doing that stuff. Like my brother said in the live stream, only a Sith deals in absolute, so I don't want to say anything with any kind of high degree of certainty. But it's something worth noting. I'm just looking at some of the outages that I can pull up and kind of get more specific with them. There are a few sporadic outages in and around in Winsboro and points east. There are some sporadic outages in and around Swartz and northern portions of Monroe. There's a few sporadic outages in Mer Rouge and in Bastrop. Most of these are not overly widespread or significant. I just showed you a map that kind of proved that point as well. And let's go back to the west. Still dealing with that storm in Issaquah County and Warren County. Those things are still packing a punch as they move on the far extents of our coverage area. Here's the storms as they make their way eastward. I'm going to zoom in a little bit so I can look at the lightning count I mean, it's kind of leveled off a little bit. Again, that's why it's not necessarily just the end-all, be-all in terms of being a handy piece of information to have. So let's go back to the most intense part of the storms. Something is a little different from the old jobs, not standing in front of in front of a wall. The chair gets a little uncomfortable. I'm going to get a more comfortable chair. This chair's actually pretty comfortable. If given the choice, I would rather sit. I'd rather sit for 36 hours than stand. Standing, in dress clothes. Again, areas right along Highway 61 in northern sections of Warren County and far southeastern sections of Issaquah County still dealing with some storms that are packing a punch. We're crossing along 61 here shortly. But yeah, I will end up having in some of the longer form stuff get up and stretch a little bit. In my mind, it's really silly to I'm so grateful to be doing this right now. So you're not going to hear me complain a whole lot. This is, in my mind, the most efficient way to deliver weather information to you. I have literally every piece of information that I could think of that I would want to provide to you, that I would need, is right here. And there's a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is why we don't end live streams. So this severe thunderstorm warning is out, and it includes a very large chunk of Jackson, Lincoln, Ouachita, Wynn, and Bienville parishes in our coverage area. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts are the main concern. Some small hail cannot be completely ruled out. As these storms continue to move off to the east and the northeast at around 35 miles per hour. So that is going to replace, as the storms exit in Issaquah and Warren counties, and that would have been our last severe weather warning in our area. Now we have this. Yeah. Also probably helps that we've got some outflow moving in that may help to enhance these storms a little bit. Christina, great question. This is why I like this platform. I'm able to interact with you folks a little bit more readily than I could ever do before. Just got a special weather statement alert. Can you tell me the difference in that and a severe thunderstorm warning? Yes. A special weather statement is alerting you to essentially impactful or disruptive weather that doesn't reach severe thunderstorm warning criteria. So again, severe thunderstorm warning, 58-mile-an-hour wind gusts or higher, quarter-size hail or larger, or a combination of both. say you've got a storm that looks like it's probably producing 40-mile-an-hour winds and maybe pea-sized hail. That's not a severe thunderstorm warning, but you still want to let folks know what the heck's going on. Special weather statement. So there will be times, and special weather statements are on the app. And that's another thing that I want folks to be aware of as you download this app and you start getting all of these alerts. Every single one of those alerts is customizable. If you, for some reason, if dense fog advisories tick everybody off because they are often issued at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and then you get a weather alert that wakes you up and you're like in a frantic frenzy, what the heck's going on? And then you turn and you look. Those can be turned off. Special weather statements can be turned off. The rain is approaching what they're called proximity alerts. But if something's approaching your area and it says rain's approaching or lightning or whatever, you can disable all of those if you don't want to. There's another severe thunderstorm warning. So now I've got some. We kind of get out of all of that and get back to what we were talking about, and that's severe thunderstorm potential. A new severe thunderstorm warning out. This new warning includes a good chunk of Union Parish, Union County, Claiborne Parish, portions of Lincoln Parish. This particular part of the storm actually has the potential of producing 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail as it moves east at about 40 miles per hour. So El Dorado, Norfolk, Junction City, Farmerville, all these areas are now under the new severe thunderstorm warning. Hot Take 77 on YouTube asks, is the app on Android? It is not available yet on Android. It will be available probably in the next week. For those that are kind of hopping in, the Apple version was just released yesterday. So it's very, 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 very new. And yes, Dina, that's also correct. Thank you so much for that question. You said you downloaded the app today, so me being old school, I'm old school too. That's no problem, sister. Your live streaming is not on the app, correct? Just alerts and map. Yes, so it's just alerts and map right now on the app. There will be more integrations coming soon as we integrate more maps and more graphics and stuff on our website. We'll probably have more stuff on the app as well. Again, crawl before we can walk. So that's what's on the app right now is the interactive radar, the alerts, being able to submit photos, all that stuff. There will be a time eventually, hopefully soon, where any live stream that pops up would also go to the app. But again, that's going to take some time. So all your live streams can be found on Facebook, X, Twitch, and YouTube for the time being. A lot of folks have asked about Roku. That's also something that's in the works down the line. But again, only so many hours in the day. What's the lower third telling us? That's just the general, the general severe weather kind of outlook, if you will. That was actually updated at 8 p.m. So again, it's just showing that winds are our primary concern, and it just, again, provides some rotating information that I may not normally get to during a weather live stream. Information that's good to know, but may not always be just thrown in your face during a severe weather event. What is a watch? What is a warning? Severe weather or severe thunderstorm criteria, all that type of stuff. Just keeping an eye on all this stuff to make sure nothing goes tornadic. To be honest with you, since a lot of this is riding along an outflow boundary, these are more wind producers, wind and hail producers. They're, again, being enhanced by outflow from those earlier storms. And so these are kind of, for lack of a better term, just kind of riding the wave as they move off to the east. But 2 large severe thunderstorm warnings. Oh, specifically the low periods of heavy rain likely. That's just the overall flash flood threat. We haven't had any flash flood warnings yet. There is still the possibility. And also, I can't say there's low, medium, high, and extreme. So the lowest I can go is low. And there will be times where I'll take some panels out if there's like just no concern for something at all. I'll take that down and won't show it. But the overall grand scheme in terms of flash flooding, and we're not really expecting. We're not under a flood watch, so obviously that's why low is there. Some sporadic, isolated flash flooding is a possibility, as is with most storm potential. So again, I know that it's kind of misleading. It's kind of like with the tornado threat. It says low, and then it says isolated tornadoes possible, and you're like, which one is it? Well, it's both. Sounds silly, but it at least makes sense in my head. So here's the severe thunderstorm warnings as they're out currently. Again, just checking my phone to make sure I'm not missing something that... For those that are just hopping on the live stream, we've been on for about 2 hours and 15 minutes. Initially started with tornado warnings out over Madison Parish, or a tornado warning out over Madison Parish. Then we had a slew of severe thunderstorm warnings, and then we just got kind of chasing rabbits until these new storms started to pop up, and we kind of knew that they were going to be a concern. So for the new folks that have hopped on the live stream, let's reset. We do have some severe thunderstorms that are exiting our coverage area across portions of Warren and Issaquena counties, but still packing a punch as they kind of bow out, moving to the south and east across northern Warren County. This is north of Vicksburg, but again, the Oak Ridge and Ball Ground communities and some of these areas along Highway 61 and now east of Highway 61, these storms are still probably packing some quarter-sized hail and at least some 60-mile-an-hour wind potential as they move off to the east. So again, they're moving generally kind of on their way out of our coverage area, but I don't want to just not pay attention to them at all as they move off to the east. So, but we did spend a lot of time talking about those storms. Meanwhile, we have the 2 new severe thunderstorm warnings out. That's probably chased a lot of folks to the live stream just because they've received the alerts on their phone. The first one was issued for portions of Lincoln, far western Ouachita, Jackson, Bienville, and Wynn parishes. It also includes portions of Natchitoches and some of the surrounding parishes as well. That goes until 10:45, damaging wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour possible. And then farther northward than that, the rest of a good chunk of Lincoln Parish, again, Bienville, Claiborne, Union parishes, and then a good chunk of Union County, including El Dorado, now under a new severe thunderstorm warning. That goes until 10:45. That's also not only for 60-mile-an-hour winds, but it is also for quarter-sized hail. So those are the 2 new warnings as they move east over the next 30 to 45 minutes. We'll be watching those as they make their progress across the area. I'm going to put these into motion for a second, and I'm going to step away for a few seconds as well. Yes, I do have a blanket in my lap. It's been cold in here. And I will return, but again, severe thunderstorm warnings, these are the newest ones out until 10:45. And you are watching the Digital Weather Desk, powered by Century Next Bank. Okay, this is the digital weather desk powered by Century Next Bank. You know, when I came up with that name, I didn't realize how difficult it would be to say. You gotta slow it down, or you're just gonna sound like a doofus. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue across north central Louisiana and far southern Arkansas, and we're already kind of seeing a little bit of a weakening trend on the northern flank of some of these storms moving through north central Louisiana. Still probably some 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts possible. Again, there's also outflow kind of helping to enhance some of this activity as well, so some of those winds could be kind of sporadic. And we'll hop back over as well to the storms in Mississippi on the far eastern fringes of the area. Still probably seeing some really heavy rainfall right along Highway 3 and points eastward. This is going to be moving out of Issaquena County. In fact, it kind of already has, but it's still moving through northern Warren County. This is well north of Vicksburg, by the way, but still packing a punch. The tornado warning that was in Yazoo City and for those areas that's been allowed to expire or canceled early. Again, I know that's out of our area again, but it's just want to draw attention to it. We talked about it earlier, and this is where we are. Harmon asks, where's the Bow segment at? I mean, there's some. These are not necessarily exhibiting the strong Boeing signatures. It's more storms that have pulsed up that are being enhanced a little bit by this outflow that's moving in, so that they've pulsed up quickly. And so there's not really that huge damaging wind signature, but there could be some embedded gusts. So instead of having this big, huge, okay, that's the area, they're probably kind of more hidden and more sporadic within these lines as they move off to the east. Warnings still in effect. You want to be inside, away from windows. Avoid travel. We're about to get some more heavy rain through these areas too. I'm just pulling up all of the. I was just pulling up one of my social media feeds, and I'm just seeing all of the warning messages. We have had a lot of warnings issued. So obviously, obviously once we get through this complex of storms that's moving through, the severe weather threat starts to wrap up across the area. So if you want to start talking about specific areas, Columbia County and Ouachita County, severe weather threats pretty much wrapped up for you folks. It will start to wind down rather quickly in Calhoun County. Once these storms exit in far eastern Claiborne Parish, you guys are going to pretty much be done for the rest of the night. But everyone out ahead of this main line has to, or this second line, second line. We've had kind of two different organized clusters of storms that move through. And if you don't believe me, here's how things have been over the last 4 hours. So we have had, let me start it all over again. So we had all of that stuff move through. Let's do over the last 8. I think that's a little bit better. So all of these different initial storms moved through. Now we have this second push of storms. It's kind of a second. A lot of this initial stuff developed on initial lead, what we call shortwave, a disturbance in the atmosphere, and those fired off and moved to the east. And then we kind of had this second surge of low-level winds, a strengthening low-level jet, that these storms are feeding off of, and they really don't have a great, what we call, thermodynamic environment to work with, but they're making do and still packing a punch as they move off to the east. So I'll put that back into motion for a second. Close down a bunch of these windows that we have, that I have open. Keeping an eye on some of the power outage numbers. This is a good reminder as these storms start to move through to charge your cell phone. Or yeah, this one was a weird 1-2 setup, especially given the time of night. Usually if you're going to get 2 rounds of severe thunderstorms, it's going to come from a really potent storm system, or this big. This was not necessarily that, but it's a cold front that had a lot of warm, unstable air out ahead of it, and there has been a lot of the area that kind of got bypassed by that first batch of rain, and again, that's why when tornado watches are issued and folks go, hey, can I go to sleep? And we go, well, yeah, just make sure that you have a way of receiving alerts, because these things can pop up like this, and it happens a lot. Folks in Farmerville are about to get some pretty noisy thunderstorms moving through. I'm going to take the lightning off the screen again. It's an important piece of information to have, but sometimes when you look at the radar screen for an extended period of time, it gets really, really annoying sitting there looking at it. Kind of clutters up the screen a little bit. So if you are just stumbling across us on YouTube or Facebook or Twitch or X, this is the Digital Weather Desk powered by Century Next Bank. I'm Jared Floyd. I'm a meteorologist. We serve North Louisiana and Southern Arkansas and Western Mississippi, 33 parishes and counties across northeastern Louisiana, Southern Arkansas, and Western Mississippi. We provide daily weather forecast information. We have an app available on Apple devices. Will be available on Android devices soon. You can just search Digital Weather Desk. You'll see the logo at the bottom of the screen, and if you scroll down long enough, download that app, and that app works nationwide. If you are in our area and you have locations set to our area, the forecast that you're getting is tied directly to my forecast. If you go outside of our area, then you will get the local National Weather Service forecast. So you're getting reliable information anywhere you go. The alerts work anywhere in the country. If you go to Wyoming and there's a severe thunderstorm warning in Wyoming and it picks up the location on your phone, it will give you that alert. Additionally, if you're outside of the area, it will still give you alerts for locations you have set inside the area. So you could set, for instance, if you have a child that goes to ULM or Louisiana Tech or Grambling or any of the local colleges, you can set to receive alerts for those areas. And those will work even if you're out of the area as well. So a lot of different options to customize that. We went into the alerts earlier as we kind of had some time as we watched these severe thunderstorms move eastward. There's the ability to customize which alerts you receive. A lot of folks just want to receive, severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warnings. That's all I want to know. I don't care about flash flood warnings. I don't care about, to each their own. A lot of folks get annoyed by dense fog advisories. As I mentioned, those get a lot of times issued at 2 or 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. And so it can wake you up and it can be really annoying. So those are all customizable. You can turn the ones off that you don't want on. the proximity alerts. Yeah, just south of Dubach, there's probably some quarter-sized hail. This area right here. Not really seeing, and I'll check again, but not overly concerned about rotation in these areas or tornadic potential. I'm really concerned about damaging wind possibilities and maybe some marginally severe hail up to quarter size. Farther southward, these storms are struggling. But again, there's also an outflow boundary moving through the area, so there's probably still some gusty winds kind of sneaking in here or there. The strongest parts of these storms clearly are in northern sections of Natchitoches Parish and moving into northwestern Wynn Parish. Man, the rain rates moving through portions of Union Parish and Lincoln Parish right now. Man, those are some heavy. We can take a look at the rain rates. .3 inches per hour. 8 inches per hour. Again, this rain rates are showing that you can look at the color bar at the top. You know, those are some pretty extreme rain rates. That does not mean that Dubach or any of these areas is going to see 8 inches of rain in the next hour. It means that if it were to rain as hard as it's raining right now for an hour, they would get 8 inches of rainfall. But obviously these storms are going to move out. Going to zoom in a little bit more. Culbertson community. This is right along 151. That's the strongest storm in our area right now. Also, by the way, the severe thunderstorm warning out across portions of Warren and Issaquena counties, that's moved out. So these are the main show now. These are the only show now, to be honest with you. Yeah, Katie, I think Ruston's going to hear these coming, but they're also going to kind of miss you to the north. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning right now, but the vast majority of this activity is bypassing you north, and with the other severe thunderstorm warning, is bypassing you south. Are these moving as fast as the first round? No. In short, no. East at 40 miles per hour. And as soon as I say that, the severe thunderstorm warning trimmed away for portions of Lincoln Parish and Ruston and Grambling and some of those surrounding areas. So you can kind of see that what happens is the National Weather Service issues warnings. All right. Those warnings are sometimes anywhere from 20 minutes in length, but typically between a half hour and an hour in length. After 15, 20 minutes or so, they go back and kind of reassess the severe thunderstorm warning. If the storm has moved out of portions of the polygon, they'll trim those areas away. Sometimes they'll upgrade the hail size or downgrade the hail size, upgrade the wind size. It's just kind of like an update to an existing warning. So the update with the warning to the south takes a good chunk of Lincoln and Jackson parishes out of the new tornado severe thunderstorm warning, and it's really now just focused for Bienville and Jackson and Wynn parishes, and then Natchitoches and portions of Sabine and Red River parishes as well. Power just went out in the Clay area. Huh. I'm going to put this into motion for just a second. As we continue, I'm going to actually check the outage maps again. Spearsville, you folks have got some storms that are about to kind of roll through here in the short term, or are rolling through in the short term. But most of that has already started to wrap up and move to the east. You're still technically under a severe thunderstorm warning, but if it started to quiet down for you in Spearsville, you're probably good. There's nothing else behind this. Any rotation concerns south of Crossett to near the state line? Not rotation, but watch these storms as they're moving east, because they still bow damaging wind potential, heavy rain potential, and maybe some small hail. I'm kind of still scratching my head with how you guys lost power in the Clay area. I guess it had to have been this initial cell that just moved through, that one right there, that maybe did the... I'm going to take some of the town names back down, but that's it's the only thing I can kind of... Folks along Lake D'Arbonne, yes, Harmon, I agree. This storm is really packing a punch, at least with rain. You are not going to want to be driving out in the middle of that. Looks like we have a larger outage now, just west of 167 in Lincoln Parish. There's another outage in Simsboro, and there's some sporadic outages here and there across the region. Some kind of on the west side of Lake D'Arbonne, which is obviously some of the storms that we're dealing with currently. Again, for folks downstream, Bastrop, Morehouse Parish, Ashley County, Morehouse Parish, Richland Parish, obviously we've got severe thunderstorm warnings in effect as these move east. You're going to need to keep an eye on these storms, and there's a new severe thunderstorm warning. So a lot of folks are about to get the new alert for the northern half of Ouachita Parish. That also includes the rest of Eastern Union Parish. Again, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and some small hail. Forward speed on these storms have moved up, by the way, to now 65 miles per hour. So this new severe thunderstorm warning will include southeastern sections of Union County, Eastern Union Parish, and northern sections of Ouachita Parish, eastern Lincoln Parish as well. So that's the new severe thunderstorm warning. Again, a tornado watch has been in effect. Katie, you said you just got an update that Ruston was extended to 11. That is a new severe thunderstorm warning. So there are a lot of spots in Lincoln Parish that were under one, and now you're under another one. Because I'll pause the warning so you can see what I'm talking about. But if you're in northeastern Lincoln Parish, you first off, you were under a warning, then the warning was canceled, and now there's a new warning out. So there's a lot kind of going on in terms of warnings being issued, and some areas getting dropped out of a warning and now under a new one. But these are all severe thunderstorm warnings that are in place currently across the region. This goes until 11 o'clock tonight. Damaging wind gusts are the primary concern. Again, here's a look at some of the areas that are being impacted as I just kind of show some of the smaller neighborhoods and communities. Do you have anything to worry about in Point? Yes, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning with this large glob of thunderstorms off to the west that's going to move into your area probably in the next 15 to 20 minutes. Again, I'm not trying to alarm you, but you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. Again, moving east at 65 miles per hour. So I'm going to take the largest, probably the more intense parts of this storm We're going east at 65, which is very, very quickly. Ashley County and Morehouse Parish, you're going to need to keep an eye on this thing. So you can see some of the possible arrival times with these storms. Marion at 10:27, Sterlington at 10:39, Bastrop at 10:50, Oak Grove at 11. So we're looking way downstream because these are going to move relatively fast off to the east. But for folks in Marion, these storms are pretty much knocking on your doorstep now. What do you do during a severe thunderstorm warning? Well, it's pretty simple. Pretty much basically what you would do during a tornado warning. Go inside a sturdy structure, get away from windows, and stay there until the storm's clear. Obviously, with tornadoes, we tell you interior portion of your home, away from windows and doors. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. With severe thunderstorm warnings, we generally just tell you find a sturdy structure and stay there. Get away from windows, just in case, there are some stronger winds that, break windows or things like that. You don't want to be around flying glass. But generally speaking, just go somewhere and stay there as these storms continue to move through. Caitlin says it's getting rough in Downsville. I would believe that as these storms are probably producing some very heavy rainfall. So a lot of folks hopping on the stream as they get the alerts, totally understandable. So here's how things shake out. We have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect till 10:45, about another 20 minutes or so, across portions of Jackson, Bienville, and Wynn parishes, at least in our area. That also includes portions of Natchitoches Parish, too. Those storms moving off to the east. We have an old severe thunderstorm warning until 10:45 for portions of Union County and Union Parish and Lincoln Parish. But these storms have started to kind of outrun that area. So the newest severe thunderstorm warning that a lot of folks just received on their phone until 11 includes southeastern Union County, eastern Union Parish, northeastern Lincoln Parish, and northern sections of Washita Parish. Again, until 11 o'clock, damaging wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. And maybe some small hail possible. And a lot of folks are saying, hey, it's getting rough in Farmerville and in Downsville, and I would believe you there as these storms start to move through the region. Obviously, I don't want you to take pictures. I just want you to stay inside and wait for these storms to move through. If you are on the roads, obviously this is not a tornadic situation, but if you are on the roads, I would highly suggest trying to find somewhere that's open that you can just wait this one out. Wait for these storms to move through. They are moving very quickly off to the east at 65 miles per hour, so you won't have to wait terribly long. And now we're starting to get the power outage reports in northern Lincoln Parish along 167 with these storms too, and that is not a big surprise. Again, if you are also, travel's not only discouraged because it's a severe thunderstorm, but the torrential rainfall that's probably associated with these storms right now. New severe thunderstorm warning now for Natchitoches, Wynn, and Grant parishes until there's that. So a severe thunderstorm capable of producing 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and small hail moving east at 35 miles per hour. It was located 13 miles west of Winfield, moving east again, 35 miles per hour. So again, these large globs of thunderstorms continue to move off to the east. And again, includes Winfield, most of Wynn Parish, and far northern reaches of Grant Parish as well. So that's the newest severe thunderstorm warning, again, until 11:15 tonight. Folks wondering about Monroe, again, the northern half of Monroe is under a severe thunderstorm warning. I'm currently under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. The most intense activity storm-wise with what we're seeing within those warnings is in Union Parish, moving now along the state line into southeastern Union County and southwestern Ashley County and northwestern sections of Morehouse Parish. But there will be some areas of Sterlington, portions of North Monroe, and kind of that area in between. Probably need to keep an eye out on these storms as they move east. There could be perhaps up to quarter-sized hail possibly with some of these storms in Union Parish, but I would think generally it'll probably be less than quarter size, but it'll be some very heavy rainfall. Katie says, just drove from Monroe to Ruston and getting into Shudrint was rough. I can imagine so. For folks that are making that drive from West Monroe to Farmerville, that would not be a fun drive right now. So again, if you can get off the roadways, please do so. Here's a look at the updated watches and warnings since folks are asking about them. Again, tornado watch is in effect from north central Louisiana from Union County, Union Parish, Ouachita Parish, and Caldwell Parish, and LaSalle Parish, westward until 11 p.m. Eastward until 3 a.m. But also note that the National Weather Service in Jackson has already dropped southeastern Arkansas and Morehouse Parish and West Carroll Parish from the tornado watch. So there's that. The rest of the tornado watch remains in effect until 3 a.m. Sunday for Richland Parish, Franklin Parish, Catahoula Parish, points eastward all the way to the Mississippi Valley. So that's a reset on where we stand with the warnings. Looks odd. I agree. How's the trajectory looking for Caldwell Parish? You guys are going to have to keep an eye on these storms to your west. Depends on where you are in Caldwell Parish, but really from Columbia southward, you're going to need to keep an eye on those storms as they approach the Ouachita River here in a little bit. They may weaken between now and then, so I'm not going to just say, oh, you need to keep an eye on these because they're just going to barrel through your area. Just watch them. They may weaken between now and then. You can head off to bed. That'd be cool. You can head off to bed, and if they wake you up, or if an alert wakes you up, cool. I'm not trying to, again, just because we're live right now, I don't want folks to think that this is bigger than what it is. We see severe thunderstorm warnings in complexes like this so much. And if you were on the live stream earlier, we've been on for almost 3 hours now. Every live stream is going to be different. There will be times where we have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings and we don't do live streams. There will be times like now where we do live streams. And so, again, I'm really leery of trying to set any kind of precedence of what you should expect in terms of live coverage. It's just every condition it's just you kind of handle it on a case-by-case basis, if that makes sense. So there will be times where we wouldn't be doing live streams for this extended period of time. But to be honest with you, I don't have anything else to do. First off, this is my job. But secondly, I literally on a Saturday night, wife and kid are out of town. I don't have anything else to do, so I might as well just hang out with you guys and give the weather. Just kind of keeping an eye on these storms, make sure that there's nothing out of the ordinary that we're seeing, but again, it's just this big glob of storms, and embedded within that could be some 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So that's what's going on kind of across north-central Louisiana. Let's go back to northeastern Louisiana, and the large glob of thunderstorms that's making its way along Highway 2 and along Highway 143. I'm going to add some of our smaller neighborhoods. You can see Point, we were just talking about the Point and Wilhite communities, Crossroads. And the other severe thunderstorm warning, the earlier one, the old one, that one was just canceled. Again, storms had moved out of those areas pretty firmly. So now we're just left with starting to hear the rumbles of thunder from here in Midtown Monroe off to the north. There's going to be some really heavy rain with these storms. Again, the Digital Weather Desk app is available for Apple users. Android should be available next week. I know it's a bummer to not have it tonight, but should be available next week. Apple users just search Digital Weather Desk. What does the purple on radar indicate? That is a legit and good question. We had a few radar-confirmed tornadoes earlier this evening. We actually had one in Madison Parish at the beginning of this stream. What that means is debris has been detected by what we call the correlation coefficient on radar, or by some other feature, radar has been debris has been detected. So the radar has confirmed that a tornado is on the ground. So instead of getting the normal red flashing box that tells you that it's a tornado warning, it's kind of like an upgraded tornado warning. There's also observed tornado warnings, which means that somebody has seen, law enforcement, a trained storm spotter, somebody has seen a tornado, and it gives a little bit more emphasis, if that makes sense, to an already existing tornado situation. Very legitimate question. We don't see them very often, but that's what they are. Starting to see some really heavy radar returns, just kind of north of 143 and west of Highway 2. The Upco and Spencer and Hale communities. Also starting to see some pretty heavy downpours, kind of pulling up Bastrop. You guys are not under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. I hope that's, Bethany, I hope that's what you were asking in terms of the purple that you saw in terms of the flashing box. Aside from that, just the purple on the radar here, I may have overcomplicated that question. This is just heavy rainfall. It could also, it's just higher reflectivities, meaning that a higher amount of the radar beam is being sent back to the radar site. So a radar sends out a radar beam. And as it sends that radar beam out and it hits raindrops and hail and whatever's out there, a lot of it hits that stuff and gets reflected back to the radar site, and then it gets put on a map. If not, if there's no rain out there, then the radar beam just keeps going out and going out and going out in outer space, or just keeps going out, and it doesn't hit anything, and it doesn't get reflected back, and then it doesn't show anything. So when you look at a this is called reflectivity mode. That's exactly what this radar mode is called. We just call it radar because it's what most people are used to seeing. But it's just reflectivity mode. We're watching what is being reflected back to the radar. In many instances, when you start seeing the darker purples, that means there's a lot of raindrops right there, or they're big raindrops. But also in a lot of these instances, what's being reflected back could be hail. So you've got hailstones that are obviously going to be bigger than raindrops that are reflecting more of the signal back. You can get things like three-body scatter spikes that can signify large hail, and it's where kind of the hail is, there's so much of it, it's reflecting the radar signature in all kinds of different directions. On clear nights, the radar beam can refract and do all kinds of things and make some weird ground clutter. So that's how radars work. Rain just hitting in Sterlington, I believe it. And Caleb, if you can kind of give me a heads up of how heavy it gets here in about 2 or 3 minutes. For folks in right along the Union-Morehouse line, right along the Ouachita River, again, be prepared for some very heavy rain. And a lot of these spots have already seen quite a bit of rain. So be prepared for that. I don't want to lose sight of the storms as they move toward Winfield. If I have folks in Winfield and along 167 from Dodson down toward Winfield along Highway 84, if there's anybody out there that could kind of let us know what's going on. Your storm reports are always welcome. Be as descriptive as possible. Never, ever, ever risk your safety to give me a storm report. But again, be as descriptive as possible. Meaning, it's getting bad here doesn't really tell us, because again, bad can mean a lot to a lot of different people. How does a storm get that intense after the storms have already gone through the area previously? That is a very legitimate question too, and I don't want to go too far back into the radar, but we can for just a second. We've got a few different features working together. First off, this green line is outflow from earlier thunderstorms, and as that continues to move east, a lot of these storms have developed along that boundary as it's continued to move through the region. So it kind of serves almost like a mini cold front in many instances and can provide some lift in the atmosphere. On top of that, we also have we have some strengthening low-level winds. The low-level jets was forecast to increase this evening, and it kind of has done so. And so we've got a few different things kind of making up for the lack of instability in the atmosphere. That said, again, the atmosphere is pretty worked over. Yes, this line is moving east at 65 miles per hour. It's legitimately about to outrun another severe thunderstorm warning. Randy, I hope that answers your question. While thermodynamics are part of helping fuel thunderstorms, sometimes storms can kind of do a lot with a little. Folks in Sterlington are probably getting a lot of heavy rainfall right now. I mean, that is some heavy, heavy rainfall. Also, in full disclosure, I mean, we're looking 8,000 feet up in the atmosphere, so maybe a little advertised a little bit heavier than what it actually is, but still producing some pretty heavy rain, I would expect. Are we supposed to get any more storms after this? No, this is pretty much it. I mean, granted, we've got still a large glob of thunderstorms that have to make their way eastward, but I would generally think that as these get through, that's going to be it for the night. Echo Dine on YouTube asked me about YouTube. On YouTube, asked about the Nashville area. I'm assuming you're asking about Nashville, Tennessee. No offense. I don't want to give you bad info. I have not focused on that area very much, so I don't want to try to get hyper-local on the specifics of that. Because I just don't want to give you bad info. Frenchman's Bend off 165. Wind is very high. Rain is hitting the windows very hard. Calhoun and West Washsaw in the clear, no. You've still got some storms moving through. You're technically under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. No need to apologize. Like I said, I don't want to try to give you a forecast for an area. I'm not familiar with what they're expecting tonight. I mean, I know that they're expecting showers and storms, but I don't want to try to get specific and give you bogus information. But I appreciate you being on here. We're glad you're here. And our tornado watch has been locally extended again. Yeah, so for those that are going, hey, the tornado watch is your tornado watch has been, and I think they can only be locally extended twice. After that, they would have to issue us a new one, and that's not going to happen. At least not for this area. So let's reset that for those that are hopping in and getting that alert. Our tornado watch, Union Parish, Ouachita Parish, Caldwell Parish, LaSalle Parish, westward, now extended again. It was initially until 9 p.m. It was then locally extended until 11 p.m. Now it is out until midnight. For all areas east of that watch, tornado watch is out until 3 a.m. Yep. So all you folks that are hitting it in the comments, yeah, that's the local extension to the tornado watch. We were already under one, but the one that was already in effect has been extended. Garrett brings up a very good point. Again, your radar sponsor is Brown's Roofing. And again, if you have, they make possible what we do here. And we don't mention our local business partners a lot during severe weather coverage because, again, it's not about that. It's about providing information. And as I've told all of our local business partners, and I'll say this to you, if you have somebody that you trust and that you can go to and that does great work for you, great. But for the folks that experienced damage tonight, whether it's water damage or roof damage or whatever, we have folks that support us that give you a name, a good, trustworthy name to call. And Brown's Roofing is one of them. By the way, Garrett, you guys are going to have a crew out here on Monday because my roof's leaking. Anyway. Still watching both storms. Yeah, winds picking up, rain getting heavier in Dodson. I would expect the rain's picking up here at my house as well. Thanks for the heads up in Dodson. I'm surprised it hasn't been like that for a little while now. Any reason why Lincoln Parish got extended in the watch? Yeah, I mean, to err on the side of caution, it's just, I mean, and it's also, it doesn't look good for portions of Lincoln Parish to be under a severe thunderstorm warning and have all this potential and then just cancel the tornado watch. Again, just really, for lack of a better term, the National Weather Service never wants any tornado potential, especially if watches are already out. They'd hate for a watch to expire and then a warning have to be issued. So it's, again, they err very much on the side of caution when it comes to watches and warnings, and for good reason. If we, for some reason, have a back-building storm that goes tornadic, which, again, is the odds are probably pretty slim, but if it were to happen, you don't really... once people go to sleep, you can't wake them back up in most instances. A lot of folks saying Joe White Road and those areas are starting to get hit pretty hard again. Looking at Midtown, again, it's coming down again across the region, and some of the rain has been quite heavy. Bastrop starting to see the heavy rain as well, and again, you can see the active severe thunderstorm warnings that are in place across north central Louisiana. Both go until 11:15. One goes until 11. Excuse me. Another until 11:15 as we watch both of these storms progress through the region. Going to go refill my water bottle again, or water cup, whatever you want to call it. I did not mean to put that loop over 6 hours. There's no reason for the loop to be that long. But yes, activity continues to maintain itself across the region. I'm going to leave the loop up for you guys. You're watching the Digital Weather Desk powered by Century Next Bank. All right, thanks so much for being patient with us. Again, I'm just kind of checking things around the homestead. We are getting slammed with some heavy rainfall here in Monroe again, and also feel free to drop in the comments how your area is handling the heavy rainfall. Some spots got kind of a pretty stiff 1-2 punch from these storms, and the soil was very dry and compacted to start the day, and now you can kind of see where things stand currently. For now, a lot of folks are getting the special weather statement across Ashley County and Morehouse Parish. The downstream severe thunderstorm warning was not extended. So meaning that these storms are still producing some heavy rainfall, but probably not severe as they move out of the warning area and into portions of Morehouse Parish. Farther southward, we're starting to see kind of that little bowing segment on the leading edge of these storms as they move through Wynn Parish, east of Winfield, through the Ringwood and Colgrade communities, north of Highway 84. Still some 60-mile-an-hour wind potential with those storms as they move east. Sorry, just writing down some notes for myself. As we start, this is our first long-form live stream since the Digital Weather Desk has launched. And so as we go through this, it's actually kind of for lack of a better term, kind of a good opportunity to take the training wheels off and to see kind of what I need to do and things that need to be fixed and tweaked, and how to change the presentation to make it a little bit more favorable for you folks. So every now and then I have to just kind of jot something down so I don't forget it down the line. Lots of lightning, heavy rain in Collinston. Lights are blinking in Wynn Parish. Let's take a look at some of the outages real quick. Whoa. Lots of outages over in Red River Parish. 54.5% of the parish is out of power right now. That's not in our area, but that's still very notable. These are some of the percentages of parishes and counties without power right now. This is what those numbers look like in terms of customers. So that's that. Oh. Looks like we have a pretty extensive outage from Epps to Pioneer across northeastern Louisiana, across West Carroll Parish. Apparently the winds are picking up in West Monroe. Again, a lot of this is outflow driven, so you're probably going to get some 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts with the activity, even if you kind of catch the weaker edge of things. Looks like, again, pretty distinct outage along Highway 146 in Lincoln Parish all the way to Highway 544. It's west of 167. There's an outage on the western side of Lake Darbone. Let's see what's going on in Red River Parish. Can't really see anything there. So again, just kind of keeping an eye on all that stuff. My goal is to try to give you as much information as possible. Why were there two separate weather lines today? Like I said earlier, it's really kind of fueled by two different disturbances. The lead, what we call shortwave, but the lead disturbance that came through and kicked off the early rounds of storms during the afternoon, kind of feeding off the daytime heating. And those moved off to the east. And now a lot of this is what we're seeing is a little bit closer proximity to the front, but also the low-level jet stream has picked back up, so there's kind of a second surge of low-level winds that kind of feeds into the very limited activity that we had left over. And then we had an outflow boundary. So, again, there's a lot of different moving pieces together working to help fuel this second round that's moving through. How are we looking coming into Monroe right now? Not ideal. It's raining a lot. Continuing to see some pretty heavy rainfall through Ouachita Parish. The northern sections of the parish are seeing the heaviest rain. Still under a severe thunderstorm warning for another 3 minutes or so. I would not expect an additional severe thunderstorm warning because most of that's moved out, but still some very, very heavy rainfall. Again, if you're getting some ponding, some street flooding, things like that, things that you think we should know about, just obviously you can add it, and we've kind of been advertising it. If you have a storm report that you want to send in, you want to email pictures or something like that, you just want to send it on an email, you can send it to report@digitalweatherdesk.com. You can submit photos through the app if you have the app. Has anyone gotten hail in this line? I have not gotten a lot of hail reports. It's mainly just been rain, and hail was not expected to be a really big concern. So what we're seeing in a lot of these storms, what looks like it, maybe that could be hail. It's probably just really heavy rainfall. And if anybody has gotten hail with these thunderstorms, feel free to throw it in the comments section, and I'm not going to say prove me wrong, because I'm not going to say that I was saying it definitively to begin with. Can go to sleep yet in 139 in Bastrop? Again, the heaviest activity is moving through currently. You'll have some additional thunderstorms that are off to the west that will move through, but they generally look non-severe. So you're trending toward being able to go to sleep soon. Storming like crazy in Log Cabin, I believe it. I'm going to slouch for a second. Just bear with me. I've been sitting up straight for 3 hours and 15 minutes. Having correct posture is horrible. So again, as we hit 11 o'clock now, the severe thunderstorm warning that was in place for Eastern Union Parish and Northern Ouachita Parish, that was allowed to expire. So the lone severe thunderstorm warning is out for portions of Wynn Parish and Northern Grant Parish, but is really focused across portions of Wynn Parish. Lead concerns are stretching from Sykes to Hill to Hickory Valley to Flat Creek. We'll move into southwestern sections of Caldwell Parish soon, so for folks in Clarks and along 165 up toward Columbia and Grayson and all the surrounding areas, obviously going to keep an eye on that storm. Again, for everyone who has been so kind in the comments section as we launch the Digital Weather Desk and we kind of learn the ropes of a very, very new experience and a very, very new thing. Thank you for being very kind. I haven't spent a lot of time thanking folks, but we appreciate you folks for making the pivot with us. and making this possible, and also for understanding how important our local business partners are to this and how much they should be thanked and appreciated. The weather is the easy part. Sitting here for 3 hours and 15 minutes and talking about storms, genuinely fine. I have no problems doing that at all. But again, at the end of the day, all of this stuff costs money, and so it all has to be, and it has to be done in a certain way. So, and it is made very possible by those folks, and we thank them and we love them. Yeah, the notifications are quick. And the Ready Warn, the stuff that you see on the social media, the warnings and watches that automatically post, those have been quick too. Yeah, hail approaching the location. Yeah, those are called the proximity alerts, Margaret. So some of them, I'm going to be fully honest, some of those will get very annoying. I know it's my app, and you're probably going, well, how can he say that about his own app? I can. The proximity alerts for some folks will be very annoying. And again, for folks that are just hopping into the live stream and are just downloading the app for the first time and just getting a look at it and are kind of playing around with it and dinking around with all the different stuff as the rain starts to pick up again here. I mean, torrential downpours. But the most important thing is you can edit all of those. So if at some point you get the rain is approaching my area or hail is approaching my area or whatever, and you just get tired of them, or the dense fog advisories or the special weather statements or whatever, you can customize all of them. You can uncheck them all if you want. You can uncheck tornado warnings if you wanted to. I don't know why you would want to do that. So again, it gives you a lot of options. A lot of folks are messing around with the interactive radar and going to the different data layers. The outage information that I have that I've been popping up, you can see it on the app. You can see some of the future radar products as well that I show a lot of times. A lot of the FutureCast products, those are available there. You can loop the radar. You can bring up lightning data, all types of stuff like that. It's all available. And again, for Android users, it is coming soon. So still some very heavy rainfall that's just still booking its way eastward. I'm telling you, these storms have moved east quickly. And one active severe thunderstorm warning for about another 10 minutes across portions of Wynn and Grant parishes. Another quick note, and I've mentioned it multiple times, but for folks in Wynn, Grant, LaSalle, Catahoula, Concordia parishes, over into Natchitoches Parish that have maybe stumbled across me, I would also urge you to search and follow Nick Mikulus with Sinlaw Weather. He also covers this exact same area, and then also covers Alexandria and a lot of those areas as well. And there's a new severe thunderstorm warning. This one's out for Caldwell Parish and northern portions of LaSalle Parish, eastern Wynn Parish. It will go until midnight tonight. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and small hail possible as these storms move off to the east at 45 miles per hour. So, again, a lot of folks are probably getting the new severe weather, severe thunderstorm warning for folks in Wynn Parish, eastern Wynn Parish. You got the first one, and now you're getting a second one because you're technically under two different severe thunderstorm warnings. Did I just messed that up? You're going east at 45 miles per hour. So that gives you a general idea. Urania at 11:12, Ala at 11:13, Clark's at 11:18, Columbia 11:23, Winnsboro shortly before midnight. So I would not be surprised if these storms don't outrun the polygon in the next hour. Our new severe thunderstorm warning now out for eastern sections of Wynn Parish, northern LaSalle Parish, and most of Caldwell Parish until midnight. Damaging wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour and small hail possible. Again, the warning is issued, though, for damaging wind gusts. You can see right above my head what is a severe thunderstorm, wind gusts of 58 miles an hour or higher, and or hail of 1 inch in diameter or larger, quarter-sized hail or larger. So that guarantees that I will be sitting with you for at least another hour, assuming that this warning goes all the way until midnight. And I'm cool with that. Thanks so much for being a part of the Digital Weather Desk powered by Century Next Bank. You can always check the latest interactive radar and the latest forecasts at digitalweatherdesk.com and download the Digital Weather Desk app. We were just talking about that and all the different features and stuff. You can upload, submit photos. And there will be some other things along the way as well. Again, if you're just joining the live stream and you didn't hear some of the stuff from earlier, there will be other features coming to the app down the line. We're looking to integrate live streaming videos, so instead of having to go to Facebook, X, YouTube, or Twitch, you could just pull up the app and live streaming video would be there. Those are things that take time. And as I mentioned earlier, there's only so many hours in the day. Heather says, wind is still pretty gusty just north of I-20 in West Monroe in the Shinny area. Yeah, we've got some back-building thunderstorms that are moving through. It's not severe in those particular regions, but again, some back-building storms that are still dumping some pretty heavy rainfall in a short period of time. And a lot of these spots are quite rain-soaked at this point. You can see why they would be concerned for damaging wind gusts. Again, we talk about bowing segments, but just kind of this area of thunderstorms is kind of just bulging out from the rest of it, kind of outrunning the rest of the thunderstorms. That would be where the biggest concern for damaging wind potential would be, but then obviously we've got this area back to the southwest that may also produce some damaging winds, but is also dumping some very heavy rain over a short period of time. Again, if you would like to drop notice in the comments section of what's going on in your area, that's totally cool. We appreciate you being a part of what we're doing here. Storming again in Kilburn. Not a surprise there either, as these storms again have moved so quickly off to the east. And if you remember, when we had the severe thunderstorm warnings out for those particular storms, the warnings were for storms moving east at 60 miles per hour. So we put this into motion over the last hour, and these storms have gone from far western Union Parish and are now entering West Carroll, now halfway through West Carroll Parish, and are going to be entering East Carroll Parish. That's been the one saving grace with, I think, with the leading edge of a lot of this second round of heavy rainfalls. It's moving so quickly. It hasn't had a chance to really just absolutely dump the extreme rain totals on one particular area. That said, like I said, we're getting some back-building thunderstorms out over portions of Ouachita Parish, and a lot of those spots are quite rain-soaked at this point. Again, for those that are just hopping in, here are the latest watches and warnings. Again, the eastern half of the coverage area, that's in red until 3 a.m., so Richland Parish, Franklin Parish, Catahoula Parish eastward until 3 a.m., until midnight for Union Parish, Ouachita Parish, Caldwell Parish, LaSalle Parish, and points westward. Caitlin O'Neill says it is slacking up east of Hamburg, and I'm so glad to hear that, and I'm so glad to hear from Caitlin. A former coworker from a different lifetime, and one of my favorite ones to boot. very kind, and Ashley County and Hamburg is lucky to have her. So we loop the storms as they continue to move off to the east. Randy, I'm glad you're enjoying the experience. Like I said, every one of these will be different. As severe weather events unfold across the region, not every one of these will look the same. And I think most folks kind of know better than that. We get a lot of weird stuff through this area, so there will be times where we have 3 or 4 severe thunderstorm warnings going on at one time, and you're not getting live coverage. And I will probably answer a lot of questions. Why are you not live right now? Again, it is not physically feasible for us to be live for every severe thunderstorm warning in our area because we just get so many of them. We get on the order of hundreds of them a year. It's not physically possible, and it's not practical either. I think if we were live doing this for every severe thunderstorm warning, I think a lot of folks would end up disengaging, going, "Oh man, it's just too much." So every one of these will be different. Tornado warnings, we're going to be doing live streams every time. And there will be a lot of instances just like this where we've got a lot of large, scary-looking, mean thunderstorms that are pretty unnerving through the area, that are bringing heavy rain, they're bringing gusty winds, they're causing power outages, they're doing all this kind of stuff. And we'll do live coverage for it. There's just not a lot of rules, and I like it that way. Yes, you are under Oak Grove and Kilburn under a tornado watch till 3 a.m., and I know you're probably thinking, 3 a.m., you've got to be kidding me. The watch is issued for a large area until 3 a.m. I doubt you folks will be under that watch for that long. These storms are moving through relatively quickly. They are packing a punch as they move east. They're probably still producing some 40, maybe 50-mile-an-hour winds and some very heavy rain. The good news is for you folks in West Carroll and eventually in East Carroll parishes is that these storms are moving very, very quickly, so they should move off to the east and be out of your hair. We still have some back-building storms to the west that are still kind of feasting on whatever environment's left, but those are not expected to be severe. Just click the right button. No. So let's go back to the severe thunderstorm warning, which, again, is in effect till midnight. Folks in Caldwell Parish getting those alerts on their phone. Did this system play out like I thought earlier? No. I mean, in terms of the overall storm coverage and what we're dealing with, yes. I did not expect a lot of tornadic activity, and we haven't seen much except for the one storm in Madison Parish. I figured winds would be the main problem, and that's what's been the main problem. I figured that storm-driven rains would create some pretty hefty rain totals. That's played out. I think rain totals, to be honest with you, have probably outperformed in some locations. I think we've probably seen some spots that even went a little higher than I thought we would. So all that to say, the general outcome was kind of what we expected. How we got there, not necessarily expected, if that makes sense. 2.6 inches of rain out at ULM currently, by the way. Power outage here in Pioneer. Anything about the storming here? I'm not trying to make light of what you just asked. You do have, it's non-severe thunderstorms, but what you just said rhymed. But there's Pioneer. And it's probably about to get a little worse before it gets better, to be honest with you. And you're probably getting the purple stuff that's moving on radar right along Highway 7, just west of Highway 17. That's probably what you're getting right now. But again, what I just, and I totally, I know I keep saying, I just said this, and I'm not trying to sound mean. I know folks are hopping in and out of the stream. They're just getting, they pop in, or maybe they're watching without sound and then they turn it on. So I don't mean that ugly when I say that. But as I said, the the positive things in West Carroll Parish is that these storms are moving very quickly. So you're about to get a lot of heavy rain in a short period of time, but then it should just kind of move on its merry way. There are some additional other storms back to the west that are going to move overhead, but they're not severe. Could produce some heavy rainfall. I wouldn't drive in them, but they're not severe by definition. It will not stop raining at my house. Some of the max wind gusts that we've caught today, Kashada, excuse me, 51 miles an hour. That's not in our coverage area, by the way. Highest one in our coverage area, Dubach at 38.9 miles an hour. Winds picked up to 34 miles an hour at ULM. Didn't get the hail in Wind Parish. Good to know. Again, I don't necessarily know if these storms are really carrying a lot of hail. I think a lot of what you're seeing in terms of the heavy reflectivities are probably just a lot of rain. Because we've had a lot of purples and reds and mean looking stuff on radar move overhead, and I haven't heard a single. We've got a screen porch with a metal roof. So when it hails, I know it, and I haven't heard not a nary a thing. A lot of rain, but that's about it. If I don't say it enough for the folks that are joining this live stream, and for a lot of you that have hung out for 3.5 hours, and if this is your Saturday evening entertainment, that's cool with me. But if I haven't said it enough, thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for supporting this and making this possible. And being weather aware. That's also something we don't thank folks enough about. Is we can build all the forecasts and all the fancy graphics and all the videos and all the stuff in the world, but if you folks don't consume the information, if you don't take what we're saying and pay attention to it, then it really is all kind of worthless. Chelsea says over 3 inches of rain so far off Joe White. That's in Ouachita Parish, by the way. That does not surprise me. Rain finally just slacked off here in Midtown Monroe again. I like to try to at least give you an idea of what's going on at my house without telling you where I live. No offense. I don't want anybody to know where I live. And as you look through portions of Ouachita Parish, you see all these back building storms in the Drew community and out over Darbone Hills and 40 Oaks and out over these areas in northern sections of West Monroe. All that stuff's moving east. So if you live in, Midtown, North Monroe, even downtown's getting a lot of heavy rainfall right now. Exercise caution on those roadways. Please do not cross a roadway that's covered with water. Oh, you just made it home from the hockey game, Janice. Who won the Moccasins game tonight? I have not checked the score. This is just from one of the posts earlier. Pouring in West Carroll Parish. Sounds like the wind's blowing pretty hard. Okay, I've just got a lot of information streams going at one time, so I'm just making sure I'm not missing anything. I don't think I am. Ah. Moccasins didn't win. That's a bummer. Yeah, the red's not ideal. There's a lot of rain out there right now. The northern edge of these storms moving into Caldwell Parish don't look quite as beefy and as organized as they did earlier, but the southern edge still does. From Ala down 165 all the way to kind of the LaSalle, Wynn, Grant, triple point thing there. But all of this is along 165 and moving east. So I would think the best chance for damaging wind gust potential is probably from Clark's right down 165 and points eastward. Chris on YouTube says heavy rain and gusty winds south of Grayson. So all of that checks out. Let's say get Grayson to pop up on the screen. So yeah, that's that area. It's right in the middle of the severe thunderstorm warning. Again, that warning's out until midnight. I guess I could leave the loop up a little bit longer so we can freeze on the warning. So the Moccasins lost. ULM lost. Did the Razorbacks lose? I think they did. They were losing in last. Collinston. Is Collinston in the clear? Let's look. Still got some storms that you're going to deal with. I think the severe weather threat's pretty much wrapped up for you folks. So this is your best radar vantage point. God, gets so many of them at one time. And so as you look through much of Morehouse Parish, I'm trying to get the best vantage point of Morehouse Parish. So you can see Collinston and all the other areas as well, and Oak Ridge and all these areas. So you still got some thunderstorms moving through, and you got this back building stuff to the west and the southwest. I don't think any of that's going to necessarily be severe, but you've still got some periods of heavy rain that you're going to deal with here in the short term. Heaviest rain and strongest storms for now, outside of the severe thunderstorm warning, are the ones that are moving through Lake Providence. Winnsboro's got some rain coming. No severe weather warnings right now, but you're under a tornado watch till 3. And keep an eye on these storms that are coming out of Caldwell and LaSalle parishes. Most of it looks to be kind of a little worse for the wear. It doesn't look as organized as it did earlier. Same thing for Jigger. Most of Franklin Parish, if you asked at this point, I'm going to probably give you the same general answer. What time do I think it'll all clear out? I mean, we've still got back building storms all the way along I-49. Most of those are moving off to the south and east and are not really that big of a headache for us. But we've still got another hour or two of showers and thunderstorms across northeastern Louisiana. Southeastern Arkansas, pretty much everything's already wrapped up, except for far south, the extreme southeastern Arkansas. Most stuff's already wrapped up. Oak Grove, again, it's more of the same. You're kind of in the thick of it right now as these faster-moving thunderstorms are moving through. But once they get east, you're going to deal with some more showers and storms, and then things will start to quiet down. Again, the overall severe weather threat is pretty much toast. Let me pause this for a second. That don't look good. It's too zoomed in. So really, anybody from here westward, most of those spots are pretty much done with the severe weather. I'll even switch radars so we can take a closer look at what I'm talking about. But we've still got some thunderstorms back out over here across the Toledo Bend area. But again, they're not really expected to become severe or anything like that. They're just kind of going to fester as they move to the south and east. But really, it's just this final push of thunderstorms that's our biggest concern. So I'm talking about this area right here and points eastward are still the kind of the highest severe weather concern at this point. Let's go back to the watches and warnings. And so that's how those sit. Again, we go till midnight in north central Louisiana. Northeastern Louisiana and western Mississippi will go until 3 a.m. or until the watch is canceled, whichever comes first. Okay, for those that are joining us, you're watching the Digital Weather Desk powered by Century Next Bank. I'm Jared Floyd, a meteorologist based in Monroe, Louisiana, but serving northern Louisiana, southern Arkansas, and western Mississippi. We still have a few strong to severe thunderstorms making their way through the region, although we are kind of on the tail end of what turned out to be a relatively active severe weather day. Last severe thunderstorm warning that I would think, at least the last one that's in effect right now, will continue until midnight. One thing we will have to kind of, and there was another note that I wrote down earlier, is when we do these longer form live streams, and again, the live streams are available Facebook, X, YouTube, and Twitch. I don't want to leave our TikTok and our Threads and our Instagram folks out, and for folks that are wondering, why don't you go live on those? Well, Instagram's really finicky, and you can only go live for an hour at a time. So instances like this would really doesn't work out. And TikTok has a lot of restrictions about mentioning other social media platforms, and so if I were to say, oh, so-and-so on YouTube said that, then you kind of lose your privileges there. So that's already happened to me once. So that's why we don't go there. And I don't think Threads has live capabilities. Like I said, we have some future plans down the road of integrating live streaming video into the website and into the app, but again, a lot of pokers in the fire, trying to do the daily weather forecasts and then handle everything else. There's only so many hours in the day. Really enjoying doing it all and learning it's a lot of new experiences for me as a person. But again, there's only so many hours in the day. Don't know if this severe thunderstorm warning is going to be needed all the way to midnight. And the reason I say that is for two reasons. One, it's starting to outrun the warning polygon. Two, the storms are also kind of on a weakening trend. Is the app available, Jessica? Yes, it is for Apple users. If you are an Android user, it is not ready yet. Should be available next week. But it was available for Apple users as of yesterday. I'll tell you what. Jessica just put the link in the thingy stuff. Yeah. It's in the chat. Going to take a quick look at these storms that are moving into the Mississippi River Valley. There's still some really heavy rainfall with these storms. Probably some 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts to be had there, too. So Lake Providence and really just adjacent sections of Issaquena County, southern Washington County, heavy rain, some gusty winds still possible there. And just because I tend to get a little... There's a little shear. I don't really think that that's necessarily at the surface. But still some pretty strong stuff moving through southern portions of East Carroll Parish. And then there is the active warning for Caldwell and LaSalle parishes. And technically Eastern Wind Parish, although the storm's really cleared out of Eastern Wind Parish. Okay, I'm going to take a stretch break for a second while things have quieted down somewhat. Not going to close the live stream quickly just yet. Yes, blanket. Gets cold in here because the computers run really hot, so we have to keep it cold in here to keep the computers nice and at a comfortable functioning temperature. And then I get cold, but you can't turn a heater on because the computers have to stay cold. It's a weird thing. All right, stretch break. I'm going to take just a 30-second, 2-minute timeout, something like that. I will leave the radar up for you. You're watching the Digital Weather Desk powered by Century Next Bank. I'll work on the elevator music. I can also I have to turn the microphone off when we go full screen like that. But it is I think we may have to do some elevator music. The Girl from Ipanema. This is the Digital Weather Desk powered by Century Next Bank. I'm Jared Floyd. This is a 4-hour live stream now. Again, not every live stream will be this long and this extensive. I'm very leery of setting precedents that I cannot maintain. I am only one person, and so I don't want to for everybody to expect severe thunderstorm warning, live coverage. It's not always going to work that way. We had a tornado warning, then we had a severe thunderstorm warning, then we had another severe, and then we had a bunch of them, and then we had a bunch of big lines of storms that moved through, and a lot of folks are getting alerts for the first time on the app, and so it was a little bit easier just to kind of hang out. Wife and kid are gone, so I've got the whole house to myself. I had no other plans on Saturday night other than to watch some college football. All those games are over, so if folks are going to want to hang out and watch the weather, we'll hang out and watch the weather. I just went to the refrigerator, expecting string cheese, only to come to find out we are out of string cheese because there is a small child in this house that devours string cheese like a tree chipper. But she's not here right now, so I really don't have anybody to blame but myself. Just keeping an eye on this stuff. I know I keep going back to these storms, but I mean they are really dumping some rainfall. Yeah, I have a feeling we've had a pretty strong following of folks that have just sat here for 3.5 hours either and cast it to YouTube or sat on their phone or whatever, and that's so cool. That is so neat that you guys want to just kind of sit and hang out and talk weather and just chill. And I know that there were obviously other ulterior motives with the thunderstorms earlier, but a lot of folks could have gone off and done something else. We're approaching midnight, and so for those that have hung around, and we've got a pretty distinct number on YouTube and on Facebook. We've got one person on Twitch. For those that aren't familiar with Twitch, it's traditionally a lot of video game streamers. Maybe we'll get there one day. Maybe we'll create a weather video game. There actually is one. I think it's like a storm chasing video game or something. I don't know. We digress, folks. The rain along the Mississippi River, again, very heavy east of Transylvania for you folks just east of 65. Right along the Mississippi River as you move into portions of Issaquah County. That rain is very heavy, and these folks have gotten a ton of rainfall today. These are radar estimates over the last 6 hours. 4.5 inches of rain. 4.5 inches of rain, 4.3 inches of rain, 3.6 inches of rain. Again, these are radar estimated, and sometimes when you get farther away from the radar site, sometimes those can be a little overcooked and a little overdone. But even if you saw 60% of those rain totals, that's a lot of rain. And there's an update. Now radar, again, 4.6, 4.5. There's a lot of heavy rainfall out there. So exercise caution. Never cross a roadway that's covered with water. Turn around, don't drown. We all know the cute rhymes. But in all seriousness, be extra careful on the roadways tonight. I'm going to need a new chair. Today determines that. Is it too early to tell if we may have another system setting up somewhere? Long term, there is a longer term outlook that has portions of the area highlighted for the possibility for heavy rain potential between October 25th and October 31st. I saw that map earlier today. I was like, I should share that with everybody. And then we had all this stuff break loose. So I was like, we'll do it. And also, those maps are prone to some pretty significant errors. But that looks to be kind of the longer term. If something were to be headed this way, that would be probably the time frame. We'll have another cold front on Tuesday. Probably doesn't bring rainfall, but it does kind of reset temperatures. Tomorrow should be beautiful. And then Monday will be a little bit warmer, and then the cold front moves on Tuesday. And then we're cooler again. Most of next week looks dry. I really haven't spent a lot of time on the forecast beyond Wednesday, Thursday, just because we were so focused on this. I could spout something out for you, and I do have the forecast built, but again, it's also prone to some pretty significant changes. Kimberly says, don't look at TV, so this gives me the weather info I need. It's weather info that is desired but not required. And I like the fact that you folks are willing participants here. I'm not having to if you're here, it's because you want to be here. I'm not forcing this information on anybody. These storms are starting to outrun this severe thunderstorm warning. And in all full disclosure, we're getting close to the time in the night where we're probably going to start wrapping up the live stream here soon. And get a massaging chair. That's a good idea. Now I've talked about getting a new desk chair so much that it started to pop up in my algorithms, and so now everything's like, hey, you need a chair? And every time I scroll, it's like, chair, here's a chair. You want a chair? And so now I don't even know. And also these dumb companies, I don't think they understand how cheap I am. just I'm not gonna spend $2,000 on a chair. I don't care what it's made out of. No, that's cool, Callie. I issue the forecast a week out. Every day. I do three full forecasts a day. I do a full 7 days worth of forecast for El Dorado. I do a full 7 days worth of forecast for Monroe, and I do a full 7 days worth of forecast for Natchez, Mississippi. And then when I input that forecast information into my information system, it populates out on the weather graphics that you see here. It populates out at digitalweatherdesk.com, and it populates out to the app. So while I may issue a forecast for El Dorado, the forecast that's built around across the rest of southern Arkansas and western Mississippi in that area, that forecast is based off of what I put in for El Dorado. Same for Monroe, same for Natchez. So each area of our coverage area is getting a detailed forecast to that specific thing. Hey, there's our Twitch person that just hopped in on the comments. All right. Sorry, I just yelled at everybody. I didn't mean that. I mean, I did mean that. I was excited, but Cheryl says, congrats on your first severe weather broadcast. Thank you so much, and thank you for joining us from Allah. Again, everyone has been so kind and so patient and has shown so much grace in getting things launched and making things look right and being so patient. And again, I am so incredibly grateful to all of you for joining us and spending time today. Hey, Caleb's following me on Twitch too. Cool. Need to get some rain delay music a la the Wrigley Field organ player. I always thought that was so cool. Got to go back to Wrigley next year, I think. Bank account may say otherwise. You can see the severe thunderstorm warning has been updated, so it no longer includes Wind Parish. And the downstream special weather statement has been issued for portions of Franklin, Catahoula, and Tensas parishes ahead of these storms. So essentially what that is telling us is that this warning will not be extended farther downstream. Callie said, schedule's full of forecasting, but I really enjoyed your informative. Are you talking about the leaves changing video? We have some more of those up our sleeves. I'm working on I'm working on those slowly. I'm working on a lot of different kind of bonus content stuff that is weather related ish. Some stuff with some of our local business partners. You know, what to look for in in your roof if you've seen damage, and they can walk us through, surveying your roof, or when you need to contact somebody to have your roof inspected after damage. What to do if you have water damage in your home. What happens if you experience hail damage. All those types of things. I want to be able to create content so when folks experience these types of things, they know what to do. How to deal with storm anxiety. That is a huge, huge thing, and we are already starting to line up. We have some stuff in the works with some local organizations that are going to help us create some content on how to best deal with storm anxiety. These are all different types of things. Oh, you're talking about the microburst video. Yeah, that was cool too. But yeah, I've got a lot of stuff like that along the way. Again, only so many hours in the day, so I, for lack of a better term, I spend so much time doing weather stuff. And then I spend a lot of time doing the business side of things, because there is a business side of this, and I'm a small business owner now, which is kind of weird to say, but it is what it is. And then I spend time, I like to, Little Rough in Alsatia. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. There's going to be some spots that are still going to see some pretty rough stuff across the Mississippi Valley and then stretching back to the south and west. There's nothing severe right now, but some heavy rain. Nothing severe in that area. And then our one lone severe thunderstorm warning just dropped off. They just canceled it early. Yep. So again, we've got some rough thunderstorms moving through, and if we're going to sit here and loop the radar and talk for a second, then I'm going to put it back over these. No active severe weather warnings in our area for the first time in a long time. Several hours. There's the storms that are moving through. But anyway, Callie, to finish the thought. And then I spend another part of the day kind of like in the creative zone, where I start thinking, again, I'm telling you a lot of stuff that a lot of folks probably don't care about, but I've spent a lot of time in the last couple of weeks thinking about the first severe weather event, in that, okay, when severe weather hits, what will I need? I will need this. I will need this. I will need this. Things like the panel that you see around the screen here that's bringing the flash flood safety and how to submit storm reports, building those types of things so that when the weather did make the turn, we could have that available. I spent a lot of time, building new graphics and new material, or there's all kinds of, again, a lot of creative energy going on, and so kind of harnessing that and then prioritizing what you want to get done. I want to get this done. I want to get this done. It's all part of the process. And a lot of folks in town that have asked me, like, "Hey, how are things going with the digital weather desk?" I'm like, "Well, I'm still in the process of not knowing what I don't know." Eric, you may be the only one not hearing me. I've got audio levels. Is everybody else hearing me okay? I'm not going to say that it's all you, but I think audio-wise I'm okay. Hang on. I can check on this other computer. Okay, that's... It's really old. Okay, now I'm such a doofus. I wasn't talking. I was sitting here checking the computer, so then I couldn't hear myself because I wasn't saying anything. Okay, and now I can hear myself. So I think Eric, it's on your it's on your end. Okay, everybody else is hearing. Cool. Not cool for Eric, but cool for everybody else. Timothy, just curious, how many screens are you having to keep up with at one time? That's a cool question. So I have right now 4 screens in front of me. There is another screen on the other side of the desk for a computer that I don't typically use very often. And then I have a laptop below me that if we really needed to get crazy today with telestrating and pointing things out and drawing things out, I could have pulled that up and used that as well. So 4 screens and then a 5th screen that I don't really use. It's a computer that basically all it does all day is just ingest information and spit it out. So unless something's wrong with it, I usually don't use it. Edward said storm anxiety would be awesome. I was in a tornado when I was young. Anxiety. Yeah, that's everybody experiences storms like this, especially in this area. I don't think there are many folks that don't have some degree of kind of anxiety with bad weather in this area. I know a lot of folks in Ruston still think about the Ruston tornado and the Ouachita Parish, the Easter Sunday tornadoes of 2020. A lot of folks, everybody's had kind of that one storm that created anxiety for them. So again, it's really important for us, I hope, down the line to like I said, help folks with how to deal with those types of things. I have it. That's why I have the blanket in here. When I get anxious, I get cold, and so when I get cold, I don't want to be cold. I think a lot of folks have storm anxiety to a certain extent. And so we just, like I said, I think it's something that we could definitely all kind of learn how to handle a little bit better. I just feel like people don't take tornadoes and severe weather serious enough. I think, yeah, but a lot of people also take the mindset. Here's the other thing that's happened in it recently. Warnings are everywhere. Like if for instance, you probably have 3 or 4 or 5 apps on your phone that are giving you alerts, and Go back to 1994, okay? Let's go 31 years. Whoa, that's 31 years ago. Let's go 30 years ago, back to 1995. If there was a severe weather threat for your area, how were you gonna find out? You were gonna find out in the newspaper, television, radio. That's it. There was no internet. So those were the 3 ways you were going to find out. Now, as things have continued to change, there's so many different avenues. There's social media, and there's apps, and there's websites, and there's all these different places to get weather information. That it is in your face a little bit more. I think a lot of folks have growing weather anxiety because they are so informed about the weather. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but being aware of something. If you were sitting there being told, that, for a week that your house may catch fire, but it probably won't catch fire, but it may, and somebody kept telling you that for a week and sending you alerts on your phone, and yeah, you'd probably get pretty anxious about that. It may not be the best example and the best metaphor. That wasn't a metaphor. But anyway, may not be the best description. But I think a lot of storm anxiety is because of that. And I also think that's why a lot of people don't take warnings seriously, is because and I said this earlier, people live through dozens, maybe hundreds of severe thunderstorm warnings in their lifetime, and sometimes never truly experience a severe thunderstorm. How many tornado warnings have you lived through during your lifetime? How many tornadoes have you actually seen? So there is that cry wolf scenario. The warning system is not perfect. The warning system is not perfect, but it's something that we're always trying to improve on. Not understanding why Ashley County's under a tornado watch if we're in the clear. I know you said we were out of it, but still popping up on the Weather Channel. I don't know what their issue is, because we haven't been. There's the tornado watches I've got. I don't know what their problem is, but their problem's not my problem. Let's go back and determine when. I'll tell you the time that the Ashley County tornado watch was canceled. Continues. Cancels. That was at 10:17. So you have not been under a tornado watch for about an hour and a half now. Why I still have it? No idea. But yeah, just going through the comments, and everybody's kind of sharing their, what was the one storm that caused you to have anxiety. So I think it's also important for us to talk about it and not and not shame folks for getting anxious about the weather. And I think there's a lot of conversations to be had. It sounds silly for a lot of folks who are like, why are you scared of the weather? You can't control it. Well, I think that's another reason why a lot of folks get so anxious about it. Question you've always wanted to ask. This has turned into an Ask Me Anything at midnight, which that's fine. I'm just, like I said, I'm stoked that folks are wanting to hang out at midnight on a Saturday, watching storms roll through. There's no severe weather warnings. If you hop into this live stream and you're going, Jared's live, there must be something bad going on. There's not really anymore. We just got a lot of noisy thunderstorms moving through. Wanted to ask this question. If you were in a trailer in a field and had no other options to go anywhere, what would you do in a tornado warning? Exactly what Callie just said. Find a ditch and lay in a ditch, a low-lying area, culvert, something like that. I don't mean to poke a hole in my own logic. The only problem with that is if we were to have a tornado warning somewhere right now, the ditches would be full of water. So that's always not necessarily been, that's always kind of stood out to me as like, I wish we had better advice. But there sometimes isn't better advice. But mobile homes and trailers in severe weather, they really don't mix. I've seen mobile homes rolled before during severe weather. I've seen downbursts basically tear them open like a tin can. I'm not trying to say that to scare anybody, because again, we all got to live somewhere, and so again, we just try to caution folks that if storms are moving through, try to find alternate shelter or find alternate arrangements until those storms can clear out. But the other flip side of that is, and again, I just want to stress this to folks that are high anxiety, the odds of a severe thunderstorm impacting your area, we are small blips on a dot. Just small little blips on a dot. So the odds of any severe thunderstorm or any tornado impacting your area at any given moment is slim. Bradley, has the app went live for the Android yet? Not yet. Unfortunately, no. Should be in the next week. I'll let you know when it is live. It's live for our Apple users. I am a Android user myself. I do have a test version of it, but I think I'm the only Android user that has one. But should have one out soon. You know, when we're talking now that we're talking about tornado safety, I thought that the Twisters movie, the sequel, I thought that it did a really good job of passing along some storm safety information, because at one point it was kind of an odd dialogue in the movie, but it was relevant. And she was like, and they were trying to take cover under the overpass, and she was like, "No, it's like the worst place you can go," or whatever she said. Debbie says it's storming in East Carroll pretty good right now. Yeah, it really genuinely should just be rainfall, and the most of it should be pretty heavy rain at times. But the gusty winds and a lot of these storms, as they were moving through, were kind of losing their wind potential, but still some heavy rain moving through the Mississippi River Valley as well as these storms move off to the east. But yeah, I was talking about that with my brother the other day about how the way we receive weather information and how much weather information is given to you um, has increased dramatically over the last 30 to 40 years. I mean, with the satellites and the different radars and getting shown computer models and all of these, there's just so much more data. There's so much more information being thrown at you, and that can cause anxiety. It can be overwhelming. I just hope that folks always remember that what we do here, what I do here, is meant to inform and educate. It's never meant to over dramatize or really, to make people panic or anything like that. It's just inform and educate. That's genuinely our goal here. Do, 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 do. Just making sure I didn't miss anything. Speaking of tornado videos, that the tornado documentary about the Joplin tornado on Netflix, horrible. Everybody else liked it. I hated it. It was so hard to follow. Wasn't done chronologically. They were just kind of like bouncing all over the place. I hope the people that produced it or directed it is not watching right now. That'd be really awkward. And it's okay if you did like it. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. I just didn't like it. Like I said, I didn't. I felt like that documentary was so hard to follow, um, and it didn't. It just, yeah, it was hard to follow. They didn't touch. They didn't address anything that had to do with the hospital in Joplin that got hit by the tornado, which was one of the bigger headlines and one of the more memorable parts of that. I mean, the tornado itself was memorable. And I don't want to sit here and criticize a documentary from a storm where people die. That seems kind of insensitive and thoughtless. But I just felt like they could have encapsulated the full story of that tornado and that storm a little bit better. Yeah, there's a lot of like. That's the other thing is I've really kind of started to tune out a lot. I've seen every weather video. I mean, from the Tuscaloosa tornado 15 years ago, I've seen every angle of that tornado. I've seen every angle of the Joplin tornado. It's kind of like I struggle to watch a lot of Hurricane Katrina documentaries anymore. I love watching weather documentaries. I love documentaries in general. But I struggle to watch them anymore because I feel like I have seen everybody's interview, and so I feel like documentaries are just repeating the same people that they're interviewing over and over. And I'm like, well, I've already heard what they had to say. Hey, as we now go into Sunday morning, we've got storms continuing to move through. We still got these little pesky little suckers moving through Grant Parish. I mean, that thing is relentless. Moving toward Colfax and along 71. It's pretty elevated, but it could still, pack a punch with some rainfall and some lightning and things like that as it moves into Grant Parish. Just keeping an eye on things. If I'm going to sit here and flap my gums, I might as well do my job. Still some pretty heavy rainfall moving through Issaquahna County. Even in the northern sections of Madison Parish, you're still dealing with stuff as well. I'm going to turn the severe weather stuff off. No, the Joplin one, I think it's called like In the Storm or something like that. I don't know. I could look it up, but I don't want to. No offense. I'm working. I can't watch the tsunami videos. Those tsunamis are like weather phenomena. I like hurricanes, tornadoes, all kinds of stuff like that. I'm into. Totally down with learning about it and understanding how it works. But there are certain phenomena that happen on this planet that I never want to experience an earthquake, ever. I never, ever want to experience. If an earthquake happens, I will not want to be wherever I am when that happens. A tsunami would also fall in that category. Lightning, same thing. That's the one atmospheric phenomena that I'm like, I know how it works. I know what it is. I don't want to research it. I don't want to go anywhere to where it is because can't do anything about it. Timothy asks, is it going to be nasty and muggy in the morning after all this rain, or are we going to feel the effect of the cool front? Stand by with me for just a second there. Timothy, whoops. You're going to have to sit here and stare at me for a second, but we'll look at that. Oops. Switching off of radar mode for just a second and hopping over. So here is a quick look at where dew points are slotted to be at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. So we're starting to get the drier air in by around sunrise or shortly thereafter. Southern Arkansas and far northern Louisiana should start to feel the effects of that front. Farther south and along the Mississippi Valley, it may take a little bit more time as we go through the day. Put this into motion, and then as you go deeper into the day on Sunday, look at where those dew points fall. And again, this is just one computer model's take. I just wanted to grab some quick data for you to answer that question. Some areas north and west drier than the folks south and east, which I think most of us wouldn't be surprised by that answer. And now as I switch back to the other radar mode, there's that. Okay. I think we have run this live stream about to the end of this live stream. Yeah, Bradley says, documentaries don't do justice up close. He came through Tuscaloosa 4 days after that storm came through in the sky. Yeah, especially the damage path of the Tuscaloosa tornado, which, by the way, it's really stunning if you drive down McFarland Boulevard and down that area in Tuscaloosa now, how quickly, like, all of that stuff has been rebuilt. And granted, it's been 15 years, but when you think about the way it looked 15 years ago to where it is now, it's really unbelievable. But I also drove through that area. I wasn't 4 days after the storm. I was there maybe 6 months-ish afterwards, and it was pretty sobering. And to bring that home locally, I felt very similarly at the site of the Ruston tornado. And I think what really brings it home more is when it is your home. Like when it was the Ruston tornado, and I was like, man, I used to eat that Pizza Hut, or so you're going through and you're going and looking at all the stuff, a lot of the local businesses. Oh, you drive down 167 going to so and so, and so it just I think there's a little bit more of a personal attachment there. Some documentaries are great, though. That's the other thing about documentaries. Just some are better than others, The Ruston tornado was I still think about that one a lot. I was not on air for that one. A lot of folks will. I was doing social media and digital updates, but I actually had a hole in our rental home in the roof from an earlier storm that week, so I had to stay there and kind of keep an eye on things. So I was helping from home, but it was the rest of the weather team that was doing all the coverage. I think about that one a lot. And the Easter Sunday tornadoes. And the 2016 floods. I think about the 2016 floods probably. I mean, that's just that may be the event of my career, to be honest with you. All right, so that pretty much wraps us up. Before we split, I've already said this earlier, but I'm going to go ahead and say it again for those that have hung around for 4 hours, 29 minutes, and 4 seconds. Thank you so much for making this possible. Thank you so much for hanging out, being engaged in the chat, asking questions, helping folks out that answer questions, or that ask questions, and just being good neighborly citizens. Again, if you have been with us for the last 4 hours, you have not heard a lot of mentions about our local business partners that make this all possible. And the reason that we do that is because, again, during breaking weather situations, the last thing I want to do is, in the few seconds that we're talking about a local business, we could have been providing information that could have saved somebody's life. So then we wait and we talk about it after the storms have dwindled. So again, the Digital Weather Desk is made possible by the local businesses that you see there on your screen. If you are impacted by these storms tonight and you need somewhere to turn, whether it be, like I said, water damage, roof damage, or a mixture of a bunch of different things, and you don't have a reliable name to turn to, we have some trustworthy, amazing businesses here that would love to help you out. Give them a call. If you have somebody that you prefer and that you absolutely use them, that's great. We just want to make sure everybody is taken care of. That's the most important thing. And if our local business partners can help you along the way, that's what they're here for, and is to help make this community a little bit better. The app is available for download. Take a chance to download that when you can. App, Android folks, coming soon. I'm going to stay up for a little bit longer just because I haven't eaten anything in a couple hours. So I'm kind of hungry, and I'm going to keep an eye on these storms in Grant Parish just to make sure nothing gets too crazy. For those that have hung out tonight for 4+ hours, you guys are rock stars, and we'll see each other again soon, I would assume, just because that's how weather in the ArkLaMiss fares. And, of course, we'll continue to kind of tweak things along the way and learn from how today went, and we'll learn from mistakes we make along the way and just continue to make this bigger and better over the coming days, weeks, and months. Of course, you can always download the Digital Weather Desk app, available on the Apple App Store, available for Android soon. The latest radar, interactive radar, and your latest forecast can be found at digitalweatherdesk.com. Thanks so much for spending your evening with us here at the Digital Weather Desk, powered by Century Next Bank. Have a great rest of your Sunday morning, and I'll check in with you later today.